Hola. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to Montevideo, Uruguay. Thank you very, very much for joining us. Bienvenidas, bienvenidos. We are going to ask you to take a seat and enjoy this beautiful morning here in Montevideo. My name is Fabrizio Scrolini. I'm the Executive Director of FILDA, and I'm here to welcome you to this workshop. We know that a lot of you came from very far away and from long connections from across the world. And that's something we appreciate, and we hope you had a good rest and a good dinner or a chance to relax before starting these 2 days, which we promise we are going to work a lot, but we're also trying to enjoy as we work. Yes, so I want to give you some safety tips first, safety and useful tips first. So toilets are actually placed at the end of the corridor to the right, in case you need them. There's going to be a coffee break around 11 or so. That's already placed at the entrance, which you already had the opportunity to see. Also, as you can see, we got a lot of portable bottles of alcohol in gel, or I don't know how you say that. Hand sanitizer is the word in English, yes? So feel free to use all of the hand sanitizer you want to use. in case Peru, in case you need it or feel it or something you are worried about, we do also have masks available that are over there. Just in case. And that's pretty much what we can do about coronavirus at the moment, other than telling you to follow the general safety instructions, which are wash your hands and generally what you will do against a normal flu in every situation. Also, just for the record, so far, fingers crossed, Uruguay still has no case confirmed of coronavirus. So this is the full disclosure of the status of the epidemiology event so far. So with that said, we also like to welcome all of our colleagues who are online and are going to have a chance to actually participate. At the moment, I have online Tanya, Tim, Ana Sofia, who has, with Maria Esther, contribute a lot to organizing this event, and you probably received lots of emails from both of them, and we appreciate a lot of their work and the work that they are continuing doing right now. And then we also have Helani Charles also online. So welcome to you all. So with that note, we are still waiting for a couple of colleagues from Argentina that are coming. The plane just landed, and there we are. There's Lucia. Hello, Lucia. Welcome. So that's an entrance with the style. You see, that's exactly. like fashionably late. That's the way of doing it. So I'm going to share with you the reason we are here, which I think is important. This event was co-organized with our colleagues from IDRC, who have been supporting ILDA for a while right now. And when we decided to set up this workshop a long time ago, we were wondering what was happening in this so-called data field, if you want, with the emergence of the discussions around AI, with the evolution of the open data field as such, with the development in big data, with the revelations that happen about the role of big tech in all these events, what governments were doing or not in this particular field. So we saw that it was important to gather a group of, let's say, like-minded, but not so like-minded individuals in the same room, like people that have a sense of worry and a sense of purpose about the use of technology and the use of data in the public space, but that they haven't so far shared views about this, or maybe they have been sharing views in other places, but definitely not in Montevideo, definitely not in March. So we decided that it was a good idea to gather these people. And so the outcomes that we expect from this workshop is obviously sharing what is happening now in terms of finding, research, the state of the field. We also would like to identify gaps that we could eventually use to contribute to a new or to an enhanced research agenda. We were wondering, this is an hypothesis, like this is not that that's something that we expect to come specifically out of this workshop, but if there are opportunities of networking and collaboration across the silos that traditionally have emerged in this broad field. So if there is such an opportunity, it's something that we would like to explore. And ultimately, because at the end of the day, I know it doesn't look like that, but at the end of the day, we are researchers. We do want to publish things, and we do want to write books. So eventually, out of this space, we would like to eventually get out a knowledge product, whether a book, whether a website, we don't know, but that can certainly show the richness of these reflections that we had during these 2 days in Montevideo. And I lost the screen. Hola, there we go. Yes, there we go. So why ILDA, why Montevideo? Something that I think we already covered a bit, but basically because we can, because we could make, because we could do it. But also, I mean, as I was telling you, openness remains at the core of our mission, but we are facing, at least in Latin America, a more nuanced and complex reality, and that actually poses us a set of existential questions. And ILDA wants to explore if there is room for a shared, progressive, if you want, vision in the so-called data space. If there is a room for that, then people have to build it, and basically people in this room will have to build it. And now I would like to introduce my colleague, Silvana Fumega, who is our Director of Research. Hello, how are you, Silvana? Good morning, Silvana. We also, this is a comedy space. Yes, exactly. Yes, this is where you start. Who also has something to say about why we're doing this?
Now, I just wanted to add a few things. First of all, good morning, welcome. We are trying to fix the weather. I mean, we are working on that, but not working yet. And also, I want to thank Sofia and the work she's going to be doing during the whole workshop. I mean, she's going to be doing some amazing drawings from the things that we are saying. And the thing that I wanted to add is, I mean, one of the reasons we are doing that, or this workshop, is because we need to think about what are the gaps, in particular when we are thinking about data, which part of the population are we reflecting with this data, by this data, which one are we leaving out, could be women, it could be indigenous people, it could be any minority in the population. And basically, why thinking about that? Because if you are not reflecting that part of the population with your data, you are making them invisible. And the problem is you are making them invisible. You can't really think about tools, policies, and whatever other elements that you can think about to solve any of the problems these people are facing. One of the things is that on one side you need to make them visible, but on the other side, as we've seen in many other conversations that we had, especially when we were talking about gender-based violence, is there's a risk. I mean, maybe you have the best intentions in mind, but you need to be really careful because sometimes when you make this population or some of the problems visible, you are putting them at risk as well. So it's not as easy as it sounds just to put the data out there. You really need to think about what you're doing and why you are doing that. The other thing is, so far, I mean, I think we all know that governments are not the only source of data anymore. We have a lot of people, and many of you here, working on providing data on different topics. But also there are some risks in that as well. I mean, about methodology, about who is the final voice on certain issues. I mean, what are the data governance arrangements of this situation depending on the topic. So why we are doing this today and tomorrow as well? Because we think we need to try to find a balance between visibility, risk, governance, other actors. It's not going to be easy, but at least we're going to try to think about these topics these days.
Thank you. And because this was a comedy sketch, unfortunately, we still want to spoil our surprise, which I wanted to introduce Sophia Donner, our visual thinker who is joining us today and will be helping us to reflect in this beautiful piece of paper and in other exercise you are now going to go through the day. About the status of this field and how it connects. And welcome, Sophia. You wanted to share with us a few words.
Hi. Nice to meet you all. I don't usually do this, but I forgot to send Fabricio my text for introduction, so I wanted to clear a thing out, that this is supposed to be a tool for you. So please let me know if there's something missing that's important for you, or if I got something wrong, I might. So please, welcome to join me on the wall and give me some ideas. Not during lectures, please, because I'm very focused on what's going on, but after and in breaks, you can come to me and it's an open space for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sophia. And with that, and other housekeeping rules about privacy. So this event is now being broadcasted on YouTube. So it's not technically a private event. It's not that we are sharing this link with the world. That's the only what we are sharing this link is with the people that didn't come to this event, but the link is open. That also means that if you have someone at your office or people that would like to watch this event, this is totally fine. Also means that what you're saying here, is basically public, so you can be aware. What's not going to be public, potentially, is like the discussions we are going to have in the groups that we are going to develop through the day. And in those discussions, we just ask you to exercise, good judgment. And if people don't want to be attributed or quoted, don't. And if people want to be attributed or quoted, use it and clarify it. And I think that's pretty much the housekeeping rules. And now, from the north, beyond the wall, I give you Katie Clancy from IDRC.
Setting the stage for a much bigger icebreaker than is actually going to happen. We were thinking we would break you out and make you do really fun activities, but I think in the name of kind of getting on and getting to the substance, we just wanted to do a quick round table and go around the room. I think a lot of you have had a chance to meet each other, but not all of you are within the same circle, so we'll just do a quick round table where if we could ask you to introduce yourself, say where you're from, and that doesn't have to mean where you live. Just, you could be from the internet if you want. what organization you're representing, and one thing you're excited to learn or share from the next couple of days. And, oh, I guess I should start because I've got the mic. I'm Katie Clancy. I work for IDRC. I'm from the mountains. And one thing I'm really excited to do with all of you is sort of map out where some of the synergies and tensions of the work that we've invested in the last few years are emerging so that we can better scope out areas that we need to invest in the future.
Hi, I'm Fabrizio. I'm from the coast, actually 200 kilometers away that way. I'm very happy to see you here. I want to learn a lot from you, particularly where we can collaborate, where it has to have good arguments about.
Again, me, Silvana Fumega from INLA as well. I'm going to be like not as creative. I'm from Buenos Aires, Argentina. I mean, like 30 minutes away on a plane here. And I want to learn more about the gaps that we have in all these topics, and I want to learn a little bit how to solve some of them with the expertise that we have here.
Hi, hello everybody. My name is Fernando Perini. I am IDRC's regional director for Latin America and the Caribbean, and I've been working on data in different fronts for a long while, and I'm going to be talking a bit more in a second about some of the things from the IDRC side, so I'm going to pass on on the one, but I'm going to talk more soon.
Hi, I'm Kyril. I'm from Malaysia. I'm one part of OD Asia. Therese will introduce herself soon. Mostly working on legislative open data and open data standards. And what I'd like to get out from this conference is possible ways of collaboration, especially on common topics across regions. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Prue from OD Asia, and I manage the Open Development Initiative in Southeast Asia, and we collaborate with Corel quite heavily. Our focus is predominantly on women's engagement in open data, but also indigenous data sovereignty, particularly around environmental governance and rights.
Hi, my name is Renata Avila. I'm from Guatemala, but based in Chile. And my dream here is to get back the positive feeling of the things that we can achieve with technology and the possibilities of a future that kills patriarchy 2.0, a future where we shape the systems, and a future where we have more, a better understanding of the implications of the decisions of today, especially regarding data. I head an organization called Ciudadanía Inteligente, based in Chile, operating in Latin America, but I'm also part of the board of Creative Commons, which is almost 20 years old, and where we are craving for new ideas to get back into the, avant-garde, because we are just so backwards now.
Hello, good morning. My name is Mariana Fossati. I am from Uruguay, here, 10 kilometers from here. I am part of the Women's Rights Program of APC. And I am working with the Feminist Internet Research Network, which is a network of different research projects around technology and feminism. And my dream here is to bring a little bit feminist to the AI and learn more about how gender perspective can lighten AI and data, and I would like to learn more about ethics and methodologies related with how we can collect data and how we can use data in a more ethical way in research and in policy and many other fields.
Hi, I'm Flor Serale. I work at the IDB. I'm based in Washington, and I work in open data and technology projects. And I'm here to learn, and specifically to understand which is the role of the government in this ecosystem, and how can we build a good governance in order to support AI and other technologies that may come. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, everybody. My name is Jamila Venturini. I'm from Derechos Digitales, which is a nonprofit based in Chile that works for the promotion and defense of human rights in digital environments. I'm based in Brazil. I'm from Campinas, that's close to São Paulo, like 10 kilometers from São Paulo. I guess what I hope here is to share experiences and to learn more about what's going on in the South and how we can impact better the policy making and all the discussions around AI and data from our regional perspectives.
Thank you. My name is Ben. I'm from a family that is named Petrosini, born in the small town in the interior of Argentina. I fully endorse Renata's first card into the table. I think we are in a time where we need to not only review what we are doing, but where are we going, and question a bit this model of development that we live in. So during these 2 days, it would be nice to have a little brainstorming on different approaches to data, AI, and development.
I'm Priscila Chavez. I'm from Costa Rica. I'm a technology ethicist. I work with corporations and governments to try to find the problems of the future. I'm also part of the global leadership team of Women in AI and Singularity University. And my expectations from this next 48 hours is to, aside from everything that this group already mentioned, is to expand the network and create a community that from here is very much aligned on what we are going to collectively be achieving together.
My name is Alison Gill-Wald. I'm from Research ICT Africa. It's a Africa-wide think tank based in Cape Town. I'm also at the Nelson Mandela School of Public Governance, where I run a doctoral program on digital economy and society. I'm hoping to learn what other people are doing in this area. I think the emergence of data and AI and the research around it has developed sort of distinct from a lot of the traditional work, policy and governance work. And I think there's really an urgent need to integrate it if we're going to address the enormous challenges that we face today. Yeah, I think we've really evolved from a policy and regulatory point of view out of telecoms, voice, broadband, and kind of been compelled into areas of data governance. And I think, again, as it's been in the past, our mantra, our call is to look at the sort of political economy of this. We see a lot of investments in technology and innovation, but a severe absence, especially of public investments in policy and governance. And I think we'll be speaking today about the particular challenges we're facing as this global south in ensuring that these public goods are realized at a global level and needing to develop new forms of public governance around that.
Hi, I'm Eva Bloom du Monte from Privacy International. I'm a researcher. I work on documenting and challenging the impact of technology and surveillance on people in vulnerable situations. And yeah, today I'm quite excited on trying to bridge this divide between open data and privacy. And I'm from Europe.
Hi, I'm Ramiro Alburier. I'm from CIPEC, which is a think tank from Buenos Aires. I was born in the Patagonia, so it's the far south. My research is about innovation and productivity, so I'm here to learn about other aspects of AI because I'm too focused on that and I need to know about ethics, about open data, about all that. So I'm going to be asking you many questions.
I'm Chris Tuckwood from the Sentinel Project, an NGO based in Canada, but working in various other countries, mostly in Eastern and Central Africa right now. Our interest that relates to this conference is around the use of technology, and particularly, I guess, now looking at AI in addressing peace and conflict kind of dynamics, especially to do with both the dissemination and countering of things like hate speech, misinformation, incitement to violence, etc. So from being here, I'm hoping to just learn other perspectives and also particularly kind of separate some of the hype from the reality, particularly around AI and how it relates to our various different fields.
Good morning. My name is Francisco Mata. I'm professor of the School of Informatics at the Universidad Nacional de Costa Rica. I have been coordinating a program on ICT and development for 10 years, and now we are rethinking this program, and we think that artificial intelligence and data are important to be included. We tried last year to start a dialogue in Costa Rica about the need to have a national policy on artificial intelligence. We are worried that a country like Costa Rica, as many Latin American countries, are not prepared for artificial intelligence. So we like to move forward a national agenda on artificial intelligence, and I would like to learn more about other initiatives like that you are developing in your own countries. Thank you.
Good morning, my name's Alex. I work for Price International as Director of Strategy, where I lead one of our programs looking at ways that individuals and communities are exposed to risks because of the way data and technology are being used. My expectations and interest for this meeting is to see how we can be ensuring that the research being produced serves to empower people and that it feeds within more of the practitioners' work around calling for change, be it legislative, tech, or around campaigning as well. And how do we make sure that it doesn't just sit on a nice shelf, but that actually it serves actors of change who are advocating in different fields.
Good morning. My name is Arturo Muente. I am originally from Peru. I work in the IDB, now based in Washington. We've been talking a lot about data, so the objective for me at least here is to better understand all these different angles around data, these different visions or approaches towards data and how they interact with each other. AI being one of many applications where they probably cross paths, but in general it's all about data for us. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lucia Belenda. I'm from Uruguay, but I'm based in Mexico. I work in Fundación Avina. In Fundación Avina, we have been working with data and civic technology for about 7 years. But a year and a half ago, we started to work with digital rights. So we have been seeing this challenge between these different communities that in generally works very isolated. So I'm happy to be in a place where we have different perspectives. I would like to understand better how we can bridge the gap between these communities and also how we can improve the advocacy for public policy. Also, we have been seeing a big lack of good research in AA that could help the development of public policy. So that is all.
Hi, my name is Nati Karfi. I'm the Deputy Director for, I'm called Natalia, but everybody calls me Nati, sorry. So I work for the Open Data Charter. I'm the Deputy Director there. And our interest is to see from the open data perspective how we can actually better understand and help out with the development of probably principles and policies around AI. And we have a community of adopters, which are governments from all around the world, both national and local. And they are actually struggling, trying to understand how to better regulate this without just cutting off possible innovations. So I'm really interested also in what I can bring back to the Open Data Charter's adopters, because they are really struggling. And we know, I worked in government for 10 years, but we know that they might get things wrong most of the times. So it's interesting to be able to feed into their own discussions.
Hi, morning everyone. My name is Maurice and I'm from Kingston, Jamaica. I represent the Caribbean Open Institute as part of the Open Data for Development Network. Delighted to be here. I've been looking forward to this session since it was announced. You know, we spent a long time for the past several years agitating for the release of data and then agonizing that the data is not being used effectively. Now we're worried that AI is doing too much with the data, so maybe we need to find a balance somewhere in between. But I do have a particular, well, I think one of the things that we have to do is demystify AI. It really is just people writing sophisticated programs to codify what they want to do with the data, right? Kind of. It's not robotics and, you know, the stuff from Star Trek. It's really people writing programs. And I think one of the things that this community must do is demystify it for constituents and stakeholders. Anyway, I have a particular interest in areas around citizen-generated data and what we can do with that, and capacity building. So hoping to both share and get some perspective on those areas through the next 2 days. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Freddy Rodriguez. I come from Colombia. I lead the area team in CEPEI. We are a think tank that, as I mentioned, we are based in Colombia, but we work throughout Latin America and different countries, including the Caribbean as well. But our focus, even though it's data, is more on data for the SDGs, for the Sustainable Development Goals. So we have an approach on open data, also on big data and artificial intelligence as well, but mainly working with governments, civil society, academia, just bringing them together. And we also have a close collaboration with the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data that has presence in Africa and through us in Latin America as well. So what I would like to get out from this workshop is also see the connections that we have with the different partners here and the colleagues, and also create opportunities. I think when we talk about NGOs on the baseline, especially communities, vulnerable communities, that's something that we are not approaching very well. We always have discussions at the high level, but we are not bringing, you know, the disaggregation at the local level, and especially on vulnerable communities as well. So, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Grace Mutungu from the Center for IP and IT Law at Strathmore University. We are a think tank on, I work on the IT side, on IT policy, and so we typically give input to government policies, and have most recently worked on things like the Kenya census, where the government wanted so much data that there was really no line on whether they should also go for personally identifiable information. Also digital ID, which is still an ongoing contestation on how it should be done, and such kind of things. Happy to be here, looking forward to sharing our experiences.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Leonida Mutuku from our Local Development Research Institute, quite a mouthful. LDRI in short. We are based in Nairobi, Kenya, and it's a non-profit, action-oriented think tank that aims to end hunger, eradicate poverty, as well as reduce inequalities through supporting governments to make evidence-based decision-making. We've been hosting the Africa Open Data Network for the past few years, and are also a member of the BD4D, Big Data for Development Network. So naturally, our work also is progressing into the AI space. I'm very interested in understanding how data and AI technologies can be co-designed, developed and governed by the people who actually are being targeted by these AIs. I think we have seen, especially in our Global South context, that a lot of these technologies are either imports from different contexts, but how then can we promote local actors to be actively involved in the development and especially the governance side of data and AI. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is Florencio Ceballos, Floro. I'm from IDRC. I'm from Chile originally, but I live in Canada. And I'm here because 9 or 10 months ago, with IDRC, we started a new, rather large program on education, the Knowledge and Innovation Exchange, that is basically targeting the 70 poorest countries in the world in order to promote exchange of knowledge, research, and knowledge mobilization on primary and secondary education. And data management, EMIS, is a core piece of that in a context that is particularly where you have big gaps in terms of use and management of data. So I'm very interested on learning more about, okay, what are those new frontiers and those new challenges and how that can apply to the education sector.
Hi, my name is Gonzalo Iglesias. I'm part of the board of ILDA and the former national director for data and public information in Argentina. Former is until December last year. So basically, as such, I was involved I was responsible for the implementation and crafting of the open data policy. I was very involved in the design of the first AI strategy in Argentina, and I was responsible also for the design of the data governance frameworks for the government of Argentina. So my expectation is basically to be able to share with you my experience and the perspective from a practitioner, and be able to listen to you guys.
Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Juan Ignacio Belvis. I'm also from the other side of this river that you see here, from Buenos Aires. And one of my expectations here is also to understand how we can communicate and how we can tell the people that it's not here what we are doing here, and with what kind of products we can do to, so we can let our research be more known and have more impact on people.
And finally, we are going to ask our colleague Andrea to also join out of the hook. No, you're not doing this, I see. She's off the hook then. And then I'm going to ask the people online to introduce yourself as you see fit. So please, I don't know if Ana Sofia or Maria Esther can start, and then all of you could follow. I promise you this was working a few minutes ago. This has to happen. Okay. Hola. Helani, can you start? Helani. Hello?
I can start. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Master. Go ahead.
Hello. You can hear me?
Te podemos escuchar.
Okay. Okay, hold on.
Sure, can you hear me now? Hi, can you hear me?
If I open the mic.
I'm not sure, but my name is Maria Esther. I am Mexican, but I live in Vancouver, Canada, which is where I am right now. I am excited. I'm excited to try to hear what you guys are going to discuss during the workshop. And it's very nice to meet you. I'm sorry about all the emails that I sent you, and will continue to send throughout the workshop.
Hi, my name is Helani. I run a regional think tank called Learn Asia. We work in South Asia and Southeast Asia. We have been working with large data sets since 2013 that we got like trillions of records from mobile network operators. And lately we've been working with Facebook crowd tangle data, trying to do a lot of natural language processing work for non-English Germanic language categories. And we're really trying to find that balance between open data, which allows for innovation and economic development when you put data sets out, versus and economic progress, versus preserving privacy in these data sets. And we are using algorithms themselves to actually come up with ways to do privacy preserving data sharing. I'm sorry I'm not there, and I'm really happy to see so many familiar faces from organizations that I interact with, but not maybe individual people, from CEPE, from Big Data for Development, where we are a part of, GPSDE, the Global Partnership for Sustainable Development Data. I'm a member of the board, and I also am an advisor on the FERN, so I see a face from FERN, and of course I'm missing Alison and Ben and Fernando and Fabrizio. Thank you for your heroic efforts with visas and everything, even though I couldn't travel in the last minute. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Tim Davies. I'm sorry I'm not there with you in person, but my work is all around the intersection of policy and technology in the creation of data standards particularly, and exploring standards both as tools of mass collaboration and as sites of power that determine what AI will ultimately be able to do with the data that's made available. So a lot of my research recently has been focused on that. I spend most of my time right now working with Open Ownership, who are trying to support transparency in the ultimate owners of companies around the world through having structured data that can then be analyzed and used both in algorithms and directly. And that leads to a real interest in the corporate and capitalist structures behind lots of the technologies that we end up talking about. Who owns and controls these technologies, and what are the ownership and control alternatives for how they might unfold. But the particular research project that I was hoping to be able to talk with you there in person, but I'll be remotely talking about, I think, on Wednesday afternoon, is a project called the Global Data Barometer, trying to take work we did over a number of years with the Open Data Barometer, broaden that out. A number of you joined us for the design workshop in Washington earlier this year on that. And we're really moving that forward to try and say, how can critical measurement practice at the country level support us to understand what's going on in terms of data use in AI in countries right across the world, and how can we use that to also shift on the debate around data and the public good with methods for tracking. I think as Maurice picked up on, the use of algorithmic systems, demystifying these kind of use of AI to dig down into what's actually going on with the use of algorithms and machine learning, and find ways to operationalize that in research that can pick up a good comparative perspective. So look forward to participating remotely and hopefully picking up conversations with many of you after.
Hi everyone, I'm Tanya Principe. I'm from an organization called Gender at Work, and I'm based in Toronto. So I'm sorry I'm not with you in person, but I'm very happy to be joining you virtually. I would say that I'm very much a newcomer to this space. Gender at Work is an organization that supports other organizations to do their work from a feminist and social inclusion perspective. And we've been working with IDRC in various of their programs, but in this context with networked economies, I guess for the past 3 years now, alongside some of the networked economy partners and POs to support them really in their thinking around bringing a more feminist and gendered analysis to their research and their work or their way of working. So with respect to this meeting, I am really excited to learn more about what everyone is doing and bring that back to Gender at Work so that we can better understand how to work alongside any partners. It's very nice to be here.
Hi, this is Ana Sofia Ruiz. I'm Director of Operations of ILDA, and I'm based in Costa Rica. I'm very happy to see that the workshop and everything is running smoothly and that everyone's there. It's been a huge effort from ILDA side to make this happen between a health crisis. But we are very happy to have you there and to be able to accommodate offline and online conversations. I really want to learn more about the work you are doing and very excited to learn more in the next couple of days of your work. And we'll be doing an exercise. I'll be monitoring the conversation to build an exercise with you later on Wednesday. So thanks again.
Great, thank you very much. I guess this is all of us. So Fernando, if we go back to the presentation, has also a few announcements before we start with our first round.
First on the outcomes there. Go back to the outcomes.
Yep.
Before. There you go. And here I can control. Okay. Hi everybody. So good. My role now, I guess, is to give you a bit more of our IDRC perspective on why we are here. And of course, reinforce this and thank you all for the inputs. I think somehow I feel that some of the key interests that you all have really coincide with our interests in terms of the objectives of the workshop. Really to learn from each other, build new networks, think about the new agenda, identify gaps, and see more than just a one workshop is part of a process in a long trend of our field. For DRC perspective, I know that some of you are not so closely connected with a specific project, but I think most of you are very connected with IDRC work and some of the research that we have been doing. So I tell you just where we are in terms of the IDRC work. As those involved might know, we are in the process of designing our new and launch soon our new strategic plan for the next 10 years. And I guess just to put my hat on here as well for this presentation, I'm both trying to help out. I was in the network economies program for almost 12 years. So I was very involved on all the data work that was involved on there. So I guess I'm taking advantage of that, and we had some limited, some travel restrictions, so the program leader couldn't be here, Laurent, but I'm representing a bit of that work as well, and hopefully if he connects online, he can say a few words as well. But also, I became just recently the regional director here in Latin America, but also I was asked to lead a IDRC-wide reflection on our data work. So basically we established a cross-program working group on data for development just to think through what this work means. So I think I just want to say a few words about where we are on this reflection on the data for development work, because I think it's kind of connected with the process that we're going to go here and how we can take this conversation moving forward, right? We had so one of the initial things that we did was like, what have we been supporting? What have we been doing on data for development? And one of the, we saw that actually across programs, there's quite a lot. We have, at the moment, 37 different research projects, large or small, in different sizes, 102 different components, meaning 102 different organizations supported in different ways. That would be similar to something around 34 million Canadian dollars on research on data for development. And this goes across many, many different areas. There's a cluster of work on the open data side. There's a cluster of work on, for instance, CRVS. That's not really part of this conversation. It's not so much on the digital side. There's some projects that are networks, like the Big Data for Development Network, some emerging cluster around our AI for development work, some new initiatives that have strong connection with data, like the data, what Florencio was just mentioning on the educational side, when we have a large program in education that has a strong component on data. So we are trying to figure out within this this work, I think, how can we really, and of course, data privacy has been a focus of consideration and so on. So we kind of try to bring different groups inside IDRC together to rethink that work. And we thought, well, in theory, we should be able to see that basically we have done a lot of work, or you have done a lot of work, and so it's a good moment to sit down, stop, rethink, what can we contribute from this collective of the work that we have been doing? How can we really take some of the lessons learned as we plan for the future? So for this year, data and data for development was identified as one of the 3 big corporate priorities, around the other 2 being climate and gender, which also connects with data to some extent. But data in itself became a thought leadership priority. It means that basically we are trying to see in IDRC what we are doing, kind of how we contributed to the field, how these things come together, and this should inform how we move to the next phase. No, it's still not very clear how it moves to the next phase, but it clearly is part of this process of trying to understand how to do it. No, and of course there are different ways to do it inside IDRC, and still thinking about it. But at the same time, it is with you also to understand the logic and how to best move forward. So. In some of the initial conversations we had, and I think that is also connected with the workshop, we started to think as data, just for the sake of organizing our thoughts, kind of what do we mean by data, and I think that it's also connected with the structure of the workshop. We were thinking as data as innovations for development, data as kind of being useful and be used in different things, and I think that data as part of data's governance, that we need to think as the policy side, the different structures, the different balance, and the data as infrastructure that includes also skills and so on. No? So I think that we did this kind of basic metaphor, but it's also somehow how you try to help organize a bit the conversation for the next, at least today and tomorrow. Today in the afternoon, the idea is that we focus on this part of the innovation, the use of data for development in specific things. Tomorrow morning, that we focus a bit more on that aspect of governance, of policy, how do we strike the balance of different things. And then in the afternoon, that we really dig deeper in terms of building the skills, building the infrastructure that we need for development. So I think that's and that's connected with some of the feeling that we have in terms of how to approach this idea of what data for development means, I guess, and then we kind of try to structure the conversation. And that includes, of course, a big intersection with the AI work, no, not excluding, of course, the AI work. It's definitely something we can get in a deeper conversation on whether the AI work is a different umbrella or not, but considering data science and so on, there's a big overlap that I think to some extent now we are kind of bringing this somehow together, but that has specific ramifications for sure. But we also, of course, be open to, especially this morning, to rethink this and explore how to move next. Just to mention a bit on the opportunity side, how we see it. We see as data important for work on climate action and modeling and so on. It's very crucial to our program in the past. It's continued being very important on gender equality, to gender-based violence, to all the gender gaps data gaps that we have. Data is fundamental for better governance, obviously on the open government front, more than any other aspects of citizen engagement. Data is super important. Media and democracy, to misinformation and so on, to work on health, from CRVS that are in connections to maternal health and so on. It's super crucial, the work on data. As I mentioned, on educational systems, on trying to improve education, on empowering, create inclusive growth as the data economy grows, how you can bring people inside, monitoring these SDGs, and we are 10 years now to the end of the 2030, so it coincides with our strategy, how the data connects with the SDGs, I think is super fundamental in terms of our agenda. On migration and refugees, as we see more and more things like Venezuela or how do we count and how do we support those processes? So all these are priorities for IDRC as a program, and it will be priority for the IDRC in the next 10 years. And we need to understand how the data is part of that conversation in all these different dimensions. So it's part of our internal thinking on how to organize that. On the data governance side, of course, don't need to tell you, this has many, many different dimensions, from the aspects of openness that we talked, privacy, security and surveillance, algorithmic decision-making, data ownership, sovereignty, consent, data literacy, transborder data flows. All this becomes a much more, and as Nati was saying, the chance to get it wrong is very high at the moment. I think that, and I think that a lot of the governments have been trying to put plug in some solutions in different places, but as they plug in something here, something bad happens there, no? And it becomes like finding the right balance and thinking this in a more integrated way is definitely the agenda for the next 10 years. We cannot really continue just to plug, fixing things in the different sides, and the water just close to water, airtight is not good enough, no? It need to be a more integrated approach to this work. And of course, so that comes to the idea of this conversation that I think our hypothesis is that we need a more coherent conversation among all these different issues, different areas that we have been talking about. So that's why we are very keen to have you all here and having this conversation. But I guess, of course, we're going to validate through this process on what's the value, how then we can continue to build this more coherent narrative together. It's not something that's starting today. It's something that has started a long time ago, but it's a moment to stop, reflect, as Ben said, stop, reflect, and reposition ourselves to create the right structures so we can really make a difference in the next 10 years through this agenda. So that was my inputs for this. I think we jump directly to the next session, or of course, but also open to if there's any specific questions right now. Just that, I guess, if that's okay. And do we have a break between this and the next one, or do we go directly? Okay. Okay. Anything? No? So I guess the idea is that on the next, so I'm going to be the moderator of the next session. So the idea that I just sit down and then I bring a few of you for the first session, where you're going to be exploring the the big trends, some of these big trends, and try to dig deeper a bit on that side. Okay? So I think Freddie, I hopefully you can get Elani as well online to participate. Alison and Alex, no? Please, come just over here. So, and one of the key things you wanted to have in this workshop was really a chance for you to share your findings and what you have done so far. No, it is not, but without making it too long and large. The incentive was actually asking you as well to start writing that small piece, reflection piece that we're going to try to build into a more coherent publication. So I think that that's actually also a starting point. We can get some more of the juices flowing during the workshop, but I think it's still a very important thing. So we try not to have PowerPoint so people get very long on this. There will be a chance for us to share those notes in more detail. But also we want to have a chance for people to, of course, talk a bit about the key findings, key lessons from some of the work that they have been doing. So the first thing that I would like to ask just around this is just to, and I'm not going to introduce you because you all introduced yourselves, but just to say some of the key, one or two kind of, just a top finding of something recent that really triggers your kind of, raise the questions for the future as well. No, some of the key things we have learned from the past 5 years from your work on data that you would like to share with the group before we move to a discussion on more on the big trends. Is that okay? So, Alex.
Okay. So I wanted to I identified 3 to 4 things, and I wanted to flag to help with the discussion, reflecting on the work that Privacy International is doing, and just a quick intro to that. The way we approach the work in terms of understanding the impact of data and technology in our work is not to start from the technology itself or the data processing activity, but to look in which sectors they're being implemented and what are the implications when it comes to human rights. And when it comes to data collection and then increased capabilities when it comes to processing, but also now the integration of new technologies like AI and machine learning, for us we identified 4 areas of concern that will then inform the findings that I wanted to introduce. The first is the ability to identify and track individuals, the ability to make decisions, especially automated decisions, but also the opportunities and risks, particularly the risks around ranking, scoring, and classifying individuals, but also the emergence of autonomous embodied systems. So more and more we're seeing the withdrawal of more of the human interaction, of the human intervention. So the 4 key findings I wanted to share, and these are from across the work that we do, be it on the use of data and technology in law enforcement, security issues, migration, welfare. These are all some of the key findings. The first one I wanted to flag and emerged a lot from what I was reading the background material for this event is often we don't ask enough the question why. And we start thinking the starting point and that's really problematic, is the default of how do we use technology versus asking ourselves, why are we using technology to solve this particular problem? And that's something that's definitely missing and really impacts the way the problem statements are articulated as to why do you want to use a certain technology or why do we need to be collecting data. The example I wanted to give is the work that we've been doing, for example, with the humanitarian and development sector. They're under a lot of pressure when it comes to accountability, transparency, and effectiveness. And as many other sectors, they've looked at technology and data in a way as a solution to solve some of the problems they have without really thinking about the why they need to. And it's much more about embracing the innovation side of things. So that was the first element, and I hope we can discuss that a little bit further. The second one is, particularly when it comes to questions around AI and machine learning, is we don't consider enough the implications and the impact of some of these technologies. The risk assessments, either they're flawed because there's not enough information, or they're just not possible. So one of the key things with AI is how opaque and the lack of transparency around these systems. And so if you don't understand how the system is going to work, how are you able to do a comprehensive risk assessments, which will then inform either whether to go ahead with the suggestion or the proposal, or what are the mitigation strategies that need to be implemented. And we're seeing that a lot, for example, in automated decision-making, be it for eligibility processes to access social services, or in immigration, for example, processes to decide whether an individual fits the requirements to obtain an asylum status or a refugee status. The third point is more about a limited or lack of interest, possibly around the lived realities of people, both the positive and the negative ones, who are subject and forced into some of these systems. There's definitely a lot of focus on more of the, in some instances, more of the quantitative data about efficiency and how much fraud was prevented or how efficient the system became, rather than focusing more on some of the quantitative experiences as well. How are people experiencing these systems? Who are they built for? And what are potential risks that need to be addressed and improved if the system is going to be evaluated and reviewed? The last point I wanted to make, which came up a little bit this morning in the presentations as well, is what is the role of industry in this? Somebody mentioned that governments are not the only ones generating data now. And what we're seeing is that historically, industry has played an enabling role, so often governments would resort to the private sector to help them design or implement their systems, but they're no longer the enabling role. They themselves are driving the innovation. They're driving themselves some of these innovative systems and implementing them, and that's a highly unregulated sector, especially when it comes to more exploratory research, testing, and basically developing new innovative systems without really thinking what are the implications as you're either training an algorithm and questions like that. So the role of technology and of industry within that.
Thank you. Well, we at CEPEI, we've been working in different fronts, as I mentioned in my introduction. So we started first a few years back talking about open data, how open data can contribute for decision making, etc. Again, targeting the SDGs. But then we had a discussion internally on how this could be actually being part of not only mapping data sources, but also producing new information. So then is when we started actually, through a fund by IDRC and the BD4D, the Big Data Network, starting to work, actually collecting some data, approaching different sectors, such as the private sector, and specifically the telco. So we were able to connect data from the telco with one of the mobile operators in Colombia, Telefónica or Movistar, known in other countries. So, and especially see how we can trust between the actors that are working. So trust building is actually one of the key findings that we've been having in the past few years. Since if you don't have the trust of the different actors that are working with you, and especially when you're talking about data sharing, it's quite difficult. And big data has a lot of constraints, legal barriers, also the anonymization, technology issues, etc. So we actually had an approach with the private sector in 2 occasions. One of them was with Telefónica, and the other one was collecting data from 21 of the largest companies in Colombia, specifically on 16 out of the 17 SDGs. So it was a lot of data, and actually it's private data. They are not going to share it easily. And one of the actions that we took was to sign confidential agreements with every single of the companies. So they actually involve one of the legal units in the institution. So we have like the lawyers talking to each other. But the problem there, that's they don't know much about data. So they are actually following only the rules and regulations that are regarding data sharing. So it was a challenge for us. It took us around 6 months. Again, as well for the process that we have with Telefonica, as it was part of the longest process that we had. But the opportunities are out there. I mean, the connection, for example, with a private sector company, civil society organizations such as us, civil society, and also think tank, but also bringing this information to local actors for decision making is a really good opportunity. I think also and capacities is important to discuss. When you talk about a big company such as Telefonica, you believe they have a lot of capacities. That's true. But in terms of how they can use this data for decision making, that's a different thing. I mean, they have capacities to analyze data, to do a big data or mining exercise on this data, but how you can get out of this data set something that is valuable for the communities, that's part of the discussion that we have with Telefonica, and especially connected to a natural disaster that happened 3 years back in Colombia. It was a flooding. So basically what we did was taking the data from Telefonica and connect it to some of the local actors. So something that we are actually missing and local actors to explain why data is important and is valuable for them for decision making. And especially when you talk about politicians, they should be actually based on decisions that use actually data or information that is reliable. But then you have to convince them that the data is reliable, which is a big challenge as well. So what we are trying to do is like having just the conversation with the technical areas about data, data sharing, the use of data, but also at the highest level with mayor's offices, also with some of the ministries in the countries where we're working with, not talking about technical issues, talking about how they can actually start working together with different actors, using data, for example, from the civil society, which is actually very valuable in some of our countries in Latin America. They're using CGD in some areas, rural areas, where the government has no presence. So that's a really important point to have in mind as well. And just one last thing to mention is the use of non-traditional data sources, such as the one that I just mentioned, big data from telco companies, citizen-generated data, and also we had an approach on Earth observations as well. It's very important to have in mind that technology is not always the answer. I think my colleague just here mentioned. So we had an exercise that we had first an approach on technology issues, trying to create a tool, but it was not the answer. The answer is how you create relationships and actually looking for an answer on the topics.
That's great. And maybe, I don't know, Eleni, you would be able to... We come back to Eleni. Okay, that's fine. Please.
Thank you. So I'm going to refer to two aspects directly related to data, but I wanted to also speak about the sort of continuities and in some ways the sort of deja vu sense that we have with each round of these new technologies as we face them. Particularly in relation to the sort of critical engagement with development and concepts of development, this kind of notion that you can sort of apply this technology to development to get development solutions, or if you can just scale it, you're going to solve these problems. So I want to sort of come back to the issues of locating, all the possibilities of innovation for development, etc., in the context of different political economies and the very different contexts they have, and I need to understand it in that regard. So building on our concept of the digital inequality paradox, which goes right back to our very early work 20 years ago on mobile phones or telephone connectivity, and then moving to data connectivity. And as one moves from a voice environment into a data environment, and the value of these networks have far greater value, the paradox becomes greater. So the digital inequality paradox effectively with kind of earlier stages was simply around connectivity, that as you connected more people, you created greater inequality between those who were connected and those who were unconnected. But in a data environment, what we found is that the inequalities were compounded far more, not only between those connected and unconnected, but between those barely connected, tiny little bundles to come online for a few minutes, go offline again, and those who were able to use data, internet, IP-based services to really, actively consume financial consumption, etc., like that. So for financial inclusion, but also productive, to use these services to, improve their well-being, produce goods and products, and of course, when this happens at a sufficient level, to increase the prosperity of nations, further increasing the digital inequality between nations as well. So, so this digital inequality paradox that we've really been looking at in terms of networks and services, digital networks and services, we really saw evident as we moved into areas of cyber policy and particularly data and data networks. And this was really evidenced by the one aspect of data that I really want to highlight, which is, in fact, the lack of data that we have to understand the impacts of datafication and digitization on our economies and society. So in this first round of work on cyber policy think tank work that we did, we began to see that from the after access surveys, which really focused not only on connectivity, but understanding how people were using services, their awareness of privacy, their awareness of cybersecurity, obviously financial inclusion, a number of other things, that people were really, that inequality was very evident as more people came online. They simply didn't have the skills to really exploit these services, and that they were more vulnerable from a human rights perspective to the kind of abuses that you might get from these processes of datafication. That importantly, people with datafication, even when they were unconnected, were data subjects and were either data subjects and not aware of their rights and privileges, or in fact marginalized from these processes. So we see it, for example, with these massive privatized biometric systems that are being implemented in Nigeria and across Africa, where people information is being collected, biometric information is being collected by private companies outside of data protection frameworks or localization frameworks, etc., being used by third parties. There seems to be very little management of that. On the other hand, this private-public interplay has enabled identification and forms of inclusion, etc. Now, our point is that with the emphasis on big data and the shifting of resources to big data and emphasis on big data as a possibility in collecting the kind of information you need in order to understand information flows and impacts on people, there's actually been a complete drop-off in the kind of demand-side data that you really need to understand those forms of exclusion. Especially in prepaid mobile markets where supply-side data simply can't give you the kind of disaggregated data on gender or income or education, the things that we know drive inequality. But also, as we begin to see these effects of datafication even on unconnected people, the only way you are going to find out who in Nigeria is actually excluded from the system, how they're excluded, what experiences of surveillance or etc. they're experiencing, is from nationally representative demand-side data that allows you to model that effectively. And I am making a pitch for this because everybody thinks the answer is yes, we do need an integrated approach to data that exploits the supply-side data that is available, and I think there is a need to govern regulated data, so get administrative data in a way that doesn't have to be their competitive data right now, mobile operators' data right now, but instead of, for example, using failed universal service levies on operators, make them instead provide that data. It can be 6 months later. It doesn't have to be the very latest data for public planning purposes. Much more valuable, probably not more valuable to the country. So thinking far more innovatively around possible data governance and about ensuring that this data is the public good it should be. And I use this in a policy sense, in a classical economic conceptual sense of public good, not just it's good, but non-rivalrous and non-excludable public data, like public statistics. And that's, I think, really important if we're going to try and see, firstly, the equality impacts of it, secondly, the kind of planning, public planning use of that data, but also opening this up for entrepreneurial opportunities, et cetera, that we're hoping to see with more people coming online and using data. And then just one other point I want to make is that obviously what we also see with these processes of datafication and datification, this is really where the next round of our work is going to be focused. So we'll continue to look at the sort of compliance and breaches from a rights point of view and an individual point of view, ensuring that there's data protection in countries, etc. But we're also keen to look at the impacts of these processes more systemically on those societies in terms of exclusion and inclusion. And I think one of the important ways to do this from a public policy point of view is to acknowledge that these are globalized systems requiring global collaborative responses. That and this can also go back to the issues of realizing global public goods at the national level. One can begin to speak about solidarity funds to ensure that the very, very low levels of penetration, et cetera, that we see in countries are delivered, but also other public goods like security, cybersecurity, data protection, these kinds of things are realized at a national level. And just, I know my time is up, just to say one point is that also we look at the kind of data regulation, data governance in isolation, instead of looking at it in an integrated way. So for example, making mobile operators, give their data instead of as an area of economic regulation. Likewise, we should be looking at data governance at a global level in the context, for example, of proposals around global taxation, etc., that would provide governments with the resources to be able to implement these public goods, etc. So I think we really need to look at this in a far more integrated way than we have, rather than just data governance, various forms of taxation, trade, cross-border, etc., in its little silos. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I got Kalani after me. She's on the waiting list. That they have a delay of 1 minute while we are broadcasting. So I am going to make 4 points, like Alexander did, and I think, it all began with a dream that somehow knowledge will be free for all, and somehow this knowledge will empower a bunch of people to realize their potential and dreams. So it was never about data. It was about knowledge empowering people. Some of us decided that data was the way to go. So for instance, a colleague, since we have a couple of Argentinians from down south, so a colleague of mine decided in a small city called Bahia Blanca, actually you are from Bahia Blanca, that he will take on government by scrapping its website and will actually monitor the way government was spending the money. And he will do that not because the data was available, just because he can, just because he could. And he could. And so he exposed a lot of, not wrongdoings, but certainly clear issues that were not okay in government finances. Single-handedly using data and his knowledge in programming, with just a little expertise on public financing. So then we actually get to see a Chilean organization and a British organization taking on the British government and the Chilean government, who were not that keen on having an FOI, freedom of information portals, because people, governments don't like questions. Single-handedly setting up a website, allowing actually thousands of people making requests. And then we started to see this wave of people able to use data and essentially basic programming skills to, act, to become active citizens. We got plenty of stories about that. And we got a lot of, some mixed evidence about impact of these initiatives. We got here in Uruguay a bunch of people that decided that you have the right to know where are you going to have your baby and if the obstetrician there is going to give you a cesarean extraction or not. That was considered almost classified information. It still is in many countries, actually. Somehow doctors are not keen on transparency. I wonder why.
But if you take these examples, you get to understand the power of data, or more properly, the power of knowledge. And some people actually bought that dream. So we learn that some governments, and some people in this room, but governments more generally across Latin America, decided to set up policies and basic infrastructures to allow the release of public data for the public good. So that was the wing that happened almost 4 years ago or so. And then, unfortunately, we also learned that those same governments were able to take away data and were able to not comply with basic regulation. And one day, you no longer have access to the data of the Amazon because the government decided to take it down. Actually, you know, creating a vacuum in terms of knowledge and use of that data, mostly for civic purposes. So this story here, you know, we actually have a lot of learnings about what works. We also have learnings about the lack of capacity of government institutions to deal with this, not only at a policy level, but also at a more pragmatic level, like setting up basic data portals, basic data infrastructure that's going to help us to enable this, if you want, is so-called data revolution. And in the process, we also learn, I mean, to date, through the examples we have, that governments were just one of the players in the room, that there were other players with major data sources that were not being shared, and that could actually provide us with much more insights on what was going on from a civic perspective. So all in all, this journey also faced another unexpected issue that we are actually exploring right now, which is the limits of the power of evidence. Most of us here are very rational people working as researchers, you know, articulating evidence to influence policy and to influence public good. But we come now to a time in where our way to articulate that evidence is suddenly challenged by trolls on Twitter, which is sad. So as a result, you know, we might need to rethink the way we use data as well in a very different context. I mean, when I got into this field and when ILDA was created, if you want, we were in a time in we strongly believe that information, that open knowledge will bring you power and light. You know, information will set you free. Knowledge will set you free. But apparently, we haven't achieved that. I mean, it's not that, you know, it's not that we should be pessimistic about this, but it's something to reflect, to take on this, and to understand that change, that times have changed. And finally, something we learn the hard way, unfortunately, is that no matter how good we are at looking at data, cleaning it, using it, data always hides some sort of inequality. Data always has a legacy of the administrative system that was essentially created as a result in a continent that you know, has basically pervasive issues with exclusion and inequality. Most of our systems do not reflect indigenous people, women, black people. Some of them are just not accounted for. And as a result, they are not objects of policy. On the other hand, or object of subject of policy, on the other hand, if we were to count them, sometimes we will expose them to unbearable risk. So, and that has nothing to do with our technical abilities of data. It has to do with the complex governance setting that evolved here in Latin America. So about learnings, if you want, it's a paradoxical time for me. And the way forward has to be more positive, but has to be shared, because the complexity we are dealing and facing now, it's unheard of, at least in the times I've been monitoring and actively participating in this field. And that was the main motivation I got for getting us all together here, basically. So now, Helani, if you're hearing this, you can go. Go, Helani, y le voy a pedir a nuestro sonidista, que está ahí atrás, que permita la participación de nuestro canal de audio.
And just while she gets in, just quickly, so you understand a bit the logic of the panel, we actually try to divide in people that were more optimistic and the people that were trying to be more pessimistic, or traditionally comes from more like
Thank you, Fabrizio.
That angle. Yeah, go ahead. But I think it got all in a mix here along the way.
I
go
spoiled
ahead.
the
Go, go ahead, Elani.
Thank you. Let me make a couple of points. I think if we think, we've realized that private sector, as I think couple of the panelists said, has often far more valuable data and far richer data than a lot of governments do. So we've tried since 2013 to get telecom network big data. And it was a 24-month negotiation process because we were a Global South think tank and it involved lawyers and non-disclosure agreements. And we were asking for anonymization and pseudonymization before they shared the data with us. Meanwhile, we found out while our negotiations were going on that American, developed country, EU, Japanese, basically the country researchers and private companies would easily come to these telecom operators and walk away with troves of unanonymized data. So the rules seem to be different for a public interest think tank from the Global South, who doesn't want to sign a commercial agreement and send data and advertisements to users, but wants to use it for public purposes. And that's a really tough thing for people who are involved in this area. The solution often is proposed as governments getting their hands on the data and somehow redistributing it, just like they do with taxes. While in theory, this sounds really good, my organization works in a part of the world which is absolutely atrocious at collecting taxes and distributing it. And our governments will be the same in collecting and distributing data. Public administration theory would say that a government official's incentives are to maximize budgets and minimize information sharing. And this is exactly how governments will act if they are the knowledge brokers ensuring that data is a public good. So what we need are functioning data collection, curation, and sharing mechanisms partnerships, meaningful ones, and it's time we really experiment with those because I don't think we've found them. We used to talk about the PPPs in the infrastructure sector when we were doing telecom networks. We need this to hold each other accountable in data. Third, particularly in Asia, we found so much hype at both extremes on the data game and on the violations of privacy and the problematicness, as well as the positives of what data and algorithms can do. So if you look at the Indian financial services sector, which we looked at, the number of companies claiming artificial intelligence improving inclusion in their lending practices. But the moment you go beyond the advertisement and interview somebody, it is not artificial intelligence, it is not a complicated algorithm, it's simple data mining. And as far as we can see, it is no more inclusive than old data lending practices were. So there's a lot of hype on, wow, rah-rah, what we can do with data and algorithms. There's also a lot of hype on the dangers where people are not making the differentiation between personally identifiable data versus every other data. There's a whole lot of data in the world that is not PII, personally identifiable, like weather data. But the fact that you can't collate it across countries because it is now stuck in that personally identifiable data conundrum and the rights conversation. So we need to unpack these and we need to find, I think, the middle ground of how we work with different types of data. My last point is related to this hype versus reality situation, where there seems to be, not everywhere, but in many audiences that we interact with, the idea that human processes were somehow incredibly good and perfect and transparent, and it is when the algorithm is introduced and data is used that somehow things become non-transparent, unjust, and unequal. Again, going back to my part of the world, we work with incredibly poorly governed countries where human systems are incredibly flawed. Whether you get your pension or NREGA payment or an ID issued to you is a matter of who you know, what caste you are from, what religion you're from, and whether a human does it or an algorithm does it, it could be as non-inclusive, as exclusionary. So I think we need to be a bit careful in this assumption that always the human systems were better. They were not, and they are not. What we need instead is an understanding of when the tech can certainly do better and be more inclusive, and how the tech, the algorithms and the data would make the world better by creating more inclusive systems. And understanding the exclusions in the human systems that existed, because data can reveal a lot of that as well. So we should not have this automatic assumption, because when, for example, the Sri Lankan data protection law came out, automatic data, ADM, this automatic decision making, was automatically not allowed for anybody unless you got a government exclusion. Now we can see how this works out, where people with connections would get the exclusions and do the algorithms. People without connections to government and this approving authority would never be able to. So a more nuanced conversation and the need for it is perhaps my last point. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Excellent. Great. We're going to break out into groups very soon, but I'll give people just some final words and the next exercise is basically to focus a bit more on whether we need we heard a lot of different views here, no? From kind of some more optimistic, some less, more very nuanced points, of course, from different people on who is included, who is excluded, no? I think the key question now is how and people that come in obviously from very different backgrounds, and people that more connect to the open data, more connect to the big data efforts and try to use private sector data, people that are coming from the data privacy, political economists, thinking about the connections between the agenda that we have and the previous phases of ICT work and use of technology in development. So I think that we have, that was the intention, to give this kind of an overview of the different backgrounds that we have also around the room. And then the next session, we'll break out into a discussion of what this means in terms of building. And my question here is actually just to focus on some of the points that I think I already saw from Fabrizio and Alison on, well, we need to move to a more integrative approach to this. No, if you have any insights in terms of how to think about that, I'll give just a final round of very quick inputs just for those here, so we don't get into the technical back and forth, and Eleni can bring later in the group. But I guess just some thoughts on kind of why it's important and why now in terms of going to a more integrated approach to the data agenda. Do you want to start?
Yeah, or we can start on the
I got a mic here. So yes, I also want to share with the panel a question from the not the audience, but the online audience, about how much is the perception of relatively limited government capacity because private sector is a smarter and a structurally better suited to exploitation of data, or because private sector is solving different and less complex problems. So I definitely think about this, just because it's a question of team, that if you are into the business of delivery, of food delivery, it's very, very important, trust me, it fits me. And I really want you to solve all these data problems, and are definitely less complex than solving the problems that, the wicked problems that actually governments get to solve. But I think there are certain stuff, particularly techniques, we can certainly pick up from the private sector to include in government operations and procedure. So that will be my take on that theme. And on the way forward, I think that a more integrated approach needs to start to spell out clear definitions about what this data paradigm means. There was a time in which data, there is a time still, means many things to many people. And if you want to create a more cohesive approach to this, you might need to start putting some ground principles around the use of data. So for instance, what physicians have been doing for a long time, since Hippocrates, do no harm. This is something very, very basic. And yes, there are a few codes here and there of data scientists actually, saying this. But if you take that into account, we might need to start getting more serious about the ethics and about the principles. And also we have to start to be much better about connecting our skills and people with the troubles and the problems on the ground that are still facing, at least in this continent. So for instance, we are developing a standard on femicides, but that certainly is a very small and first step into acknowledging that femicide is an issue and there are ways to tackle that. And Silvana can talk much more about that later on. But those will be my two takes on how to move forward.
Thank you. Broadly, our approach has been to deliver alternative strategies, taking our different political economies into context. So one of the challenges we've been facing from a policy point of view is that we simply get policies from very mature markets, competitive markets, markets with institutions that have the capacity to implement, and then we apply them in Africa, and then we wonder why they don't work. So what we've tried to do is say we all want these public interest outcomes. What are the alternative strategies that we can develop in order to do this? So at the moment we've got GDPR laundering throughout all the various recs and things, and we don't have the institutions to implement these. We don't have the rights frameworks that assume to be underpinning these networks, etc. So just practically in terms of some alternative strategies and possibly potential areas of collaboration and integration, I just wanted to flag very quickly, I know I did spend some time on it, but very quickly, practically, the way you could leverage multi-stakeholder resources or private resources, particularly as we've argued, as Learn Asia has, that in order to deliver public services, very often we are dependent on private resources. So what are the frameworks that you need in order to leverage private delivery of public goods? And this is not a novel conversation. It goes back to Hirschman a long time ago. How do you make those accountable? It doesn't mean that you abdicate the governance responsibilities of that to the private sector. You make the private sector accountable, etc. So if MasterCard is going to be delivering this biometric system that's going to deliver financial inclusion and identities for political purposes, etc., how do you make them accountable within that framework? So practically going again to the data again, the data that we need in order to understand the problems of datafication, one could look at a complementary model of data collection that
enhances the traditional supply-side connection of administrative data, that extends that collection of administrative data to other networks. Now, the problem here is that we've got national networks from who we could, I argue, and I think we could, with sufficient incentive regulation, get public data, you get data from them to use for public purposes. But then we've got the question of, global monopoly platforms that have the data, that are privately delivering, access to the internet and all sorts of things. How do we get the data from them? And that raises this question of global collaboration around the delivery of these public goods. But let's assume that you get strong administrative data, you're able to get public data. There's a lot of pushback against the power of these monopolies globally through G20 and these various organizations, that you can get that data, as I say, even a little bit further back. You supplement this with demand-side data through your national census, which includes a number of critical data questions that are missing at the moment, other than the very few that are there. You complement that so that your 5-year census data, et cetera, is able to get the national data that you need. And then you do the in-depth digital surveys, household, firm level, et cetera, to get the demand-side data that you can't get in African markets. And then you use big data to do that almost real-time monitoring at the same. So you use this in an integrated way that allows you to forecast or to check your demand-side data in between these expensive survey periods through your census data or your household survey, your annual household survey, that just tweaks a number of these indicators, and then you connect that to your big data that you are collecting, that is giving you the kind of real-time data, even if you're only collecting it 6 months in advance. So it would provide us with a very rich public data source, integrated data source that people could be working on in terms of various governance systems. And then just very quickly to identify other things, in terms of, I think you described me as a pessimist, but just to be a little bit more optimistic about potential alternative strategies. I think the other interesting thing in looking at where we see applications of these advanced technologies. For example, in South Africa, we've got large-scale capital farmers using very advanced AI, drone and satellite technology, alongside extremely impoverished communities. And so exploring alternative, returning to kind of cooperative models around and public-private and people, community sponsorship, how this technology that's literally there and available could be leveraged through cooperative models to be used by farmers, that would be also providing data that's very valuable to the people who are collecting that data, et cetera. So there are enormous synergies in those opportunities that would be really interesting to explore from a governance innovation point of view.
I think we hope to structure around optimism and pessimism. I think we all have been super nuanced, so I'm not classifying anybody at this point.
Thank you. Well, I'll try to be short. Well, I think something that is happening, especially with the SDG community that is connected to data, is that there's a lot of things being discussed, open data, big data, and in different ways of collecting information. But something that we are lacking of is, for example, the statistical community, that actually they have the official sources that the government is actually releasing. No? So when you are having an approach with them, it's quite difficult to have them understand, for example, what is citizen-generated data, the use of big data or non-traditional data sources. So I think bringing the different communities, as you mentioned as well, together and make them understand that the use of non-traditional data sources, for example, for a government is an opportunity, at least to try to measure some of the key issues that the government is facing. So we had an example in Ghana, actually, that through a platform that was developed there, they were able to track illegal mining through big data. So it was an important issue in that government, but it was not something that it was requested at the beginning. So it was a win-to-win exercise. So what I mean with this is, if we are able to provide a kind of a model that is able to produce some information that is valuable for the government, but actually another actor is able also to produce this information or connect it to something that is important for the communities is also something that is valuable as well for other actors. And the other point that I wanted to raise is the use of new data sources brings the opportunity to connect with regional actors as well. So when we talk about the UN system, etc., they are developing a lot of models, and internally even the UN system is also, we can say, disorganized in a way. So we are not being able to map all the things that other actors are doing. So we are a small community seated here, but out there are a lot of things that have been done, and especially countries trying to implement. But when we approach the governments or even civil society or private sector, it's quite difficult if there is another actor already involved in that discussion. So I think it's part of the things that we have to do is being able to map what are the other actors are doing, and especially how to integrate those things in the discussion. So I know IDRC is trying to do that, but sometimes it's difficult, and there are different communities. I think Fernando knows very well, but for example, in the World Data Forum, it's not the same community that goes to the IODC. So from the start, it's quite a difficult situation, because when you have discussions about data, that is also talking about open data, but for the SDGs, which at the end of the day is the same thing. I mean, if you have open data, it can be for the SDGs and it can be for a particular action within the government. But I mean, I think we are lacking of that opportunity to connect the dots between the different communities, big data, artificial intelligence, etc. So I think that's something that must be done. The way to do it is, I don't know. I mean, that's something that we have to think throughout this workshop, and actually being able to map. Some of us know actors, so if we are able to map those actors through the knowledge that we have, especially the mapping exercise that internally in each of our institutions we've been doing, it will be a good thing, at least to share the knowledge that we have developed in the different regions.
Great. So in terms of, just as an intro to my concluding remarks, data protection, privacy rights are fundamental in terms of having trust in new technologies, because they allow you to think about the power imbalances between the individuals and the ones who are processing the data. And I think what's really important to keep in mind in the context of development, which particularly with the SDGs that we're focused on leaving no one behind, is that the benefits haven't been enjoyed equally, and even when they have been enjoyed, we have to think at what cost. Increased surveillance, increased monitoring, increased tracking. So keeping that in mind, and also the risks and the harms have also been experienced disproportionately by certain groups in society. So before talking about the future and where we can think about where to go, for us as an organization, it's really important to think about what are the good things that already exist within the governance systems. You know, we have laws in place, we have strong human rights framework. How do we utilize the existing regulations, existing safeguards, and existing redress mechanisms to address some of the challenges that are emerging with the use of data and technology? One of the things that I read a few weeks ago, where people were starting already to talk about post-GDPR era. We haven't even tested the framework yet. It's barely 2 years old. And people are already thinking about what's coming next without utilizing the tools that are already given to us. It's not perfect. None of the systems are perfect, but I think we need to start with what we have before we start challenging and thinking about what are new innovative concepts to address. There's been a strong surge around the concept of data ownership as well, which we find very problematic, this language, instead of thinking about the enforcement about human rights, the enforcement about safeguards to protect individuals. The other one that I wanted to, hopefully that we can keep in mind over the next few days is, I'm a bit worried about this language of balancing, because when you think about it, it requires us to then have a trade-off. And there shouldn't be a trade-off between protecting your fundamental rights and development, because you can't have development if people's human rights are undermined. You can't have security if people are not safe and they can't communicate in a secure manner. And so if we're going to think about how to move forward, I want to move away from this language of trade-off and balancing and finding ways where both can be achieved, rather than thinking that we have to give up one over the other. And then I wanted to reiterate a point that I said in my introduction around how do we start thinking about what is the evidence we need. Fabrizio was mentioning knowledge, and supposedly with knowledge we would make better decisions, but as we've seen in many other sectors, be it climate change or smoking or other things or environmental issues, that's not the case. And so what is that information? What is going to convince people, and I mean the general public, but also policymakers, as to what is the change that's needed, and what are those elements? What is it that we should be producing in the research community to then support efforts around legal changes, technological changes, but also bringing the public on board when it comes to public campaigning and public engagement as well.
That's excellent. Before we break out, maybe Laurent, I understand Laurent wanted to have just also some, just jump in if it works, and then we're just gonna do the break, and I promise coffee very, very soon. If it works there to go to the Hangout.
We can go
to the Google Meet place there. No, it's not on the PowerPoint. It's just the Google, the remote participation, la participación remota, por favor. Laurent, are you there? Please unmute yourself and speak up.
Hold on. Wait a sec. Can you hear me now? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
You can. All right. So first off, I'm so sorry I'm not there in person. This already is starting as such a fascinating conversation and such an important conversation that I really wish I was there. To a certain extent, the reason I'm not there helps demonstrate a little bit some of the issues that we're grappling with. And some of those are about trade-offs, even though Alexandrine doesn't love that term, but there are trade-offs between different things we're trying to do. And one of the trade-offs that IDRC decided to go for was to not put too many people in a situation that could be risky. So being proactive and preemptive on that. The trade-off for me is that this is, I think, a really important workshop and a really important endeavor that you're going through. So maybe I'll explain a little bit of why I think this conversation is fascinating. One is, when I first started in this field, and people like Alison and Helani did as well, and some of you in the audience, 20 years ago, we worked in a field called ICT for D, Information and Communication Technologies for Development, where essentially we're looking at the internet. And in those days, the 20 years ago, the debate was essentially, to what extent is the internet a transformational tool for development, and whether or not it is. The question was, is it worthwhile to invest in this key public good or not? Maybe it's more useful. I remember an early OECD meeting on the Internet for Development that I went to, somebody suggested we should be investing in tractors rather than the internet. So that was the level of debate. There was no discussion about the harms of the internet. It was a really big, what we now know, blind spot. We didn't discuss the potential movement towards increased monopolies, increased surveillance, all those kinds of issues. Now, 20 years later, the main topics in our field are data and AI, data and algorithms. And here it's a completely different situation where, in essence, you have as much, if not more, discussion at a policy level of the harms of these technologies as the benefits. And that makes this a really, really interesting topic, because in essence, we know it's happening from either the private sector or the public sector. There are movements towards integrating algorithms and broader big data exercises in all fields of society, but there's also a very strong voice against a lot of these interventions, and rightly so. So that means we have to be, to a certain extent, very smart about how we go about thinking about these things. So, you know, I think what Alison has said is spot on. We need data on datafication. We need to understand what are the benefits and what are the harms. And here again, I still like the talk of, from a policy perspective, balances and trade-offs. But at the end of the day, maybe it is a question of looking at the tensions so that we take smart decisions whenever we can about what kind of interventions, what kind of issues make sense or not. So I really hope this workshop plays a key role in helping us think through those things. I think this will continue to be one of the most important policy and development issues out there. And you know, I think whatever you come up with at this workshop will be really quite important to us and how we think about how we'll act in this space further on. I do want to make a minor point that, you know, is, can you guys still hear me? Hello? Going on definition, and I know I'm going to frustrate people like Fernando on this, but I do get worried sometimes that we mix up conversations. And sometimes we're talking about, to a certain extent, statistics for development or almost research for development when we talk about data for development. And that's a very different debate. Basically, it's a debate about, is evidence worthwhile and is research worthwhile? Are quantitative methods in research worthwhile? And that's an important debate to have. But I think most of us are here to talk about the relationship or the new opportunities around what the technology enables with respect to data, and both the benefits of that and the harms, and the extent to which we can regulate or not those types of interventions that allow us to potentially have much more insights, much more accountability, much more understanding of what's going on, but at the same time, as we know, have greater harms to people's privacy, ethics, whatever. So again, let's try to be clear that when we are talking about, when you talk about different things around data or around even algorithms, that it be clear that we are talking about data innovation and how we think about those things in the future. Because you know, for most of us in this room, and certainly for IDRC, there's no question that statistics are extremely important. And there's no question that research and evidence is extremely important. That's our bread and butter. So we're not really going to have that debate. But the extent to which new forms of data collection and new forms of research are important should be at the forefront of what we talk about. So on that note, thanks again. Sorry, it's a bit more long-winded than I thought, but I'm really looking forward to this conversation. I'm really glad. Thank you, Ilda, for making this possible online, because I'm finding this whole interaction online quite good. So go on and go forth. Thanks.
Thanks, Laura. Thank you. That's very good. And just to be clear, I have no problem with your definition there. Let's move back to the. Can you move back to the slides? I'm just gonna explain the group dynamic that we're gonna have after, and we're gonna go for the break and then directly to the groups, right? Can you puede poner nuevamente los PowerPoint, por favor? We will break out in 5 groups. Let me see.
No, we are going to break up.
Oh, you 4. Okay. you know best. So do you take the lead?
Yes, sorry. So we are going to have coffee. Yes, because we want coffee. And then we are going to take the coffee and the food that's placed over there. And then we are going to place, with Sophia here, we're going to place 4 large pieces of papers where we are going to allow your creativity to emerge and essentially to share with us basically, you know, how do you see the evolution of the data-driven society, what has changed and what is the same now. So keyword over there is evolution, basically, you know, past and now. Based on your experience in this field, in your own fields, basically, what are the big risks, opportunities for the next 10 years? Ideally, you will write a top 5 of this, but so keyword there is risk and opportunities. I was thinking in this big sort of landscape, then in the next sessions we are going to get more to essentially drill down. And this is something that if you, exactly, this is something that if you have time, if you feel inspired, please write up basically how to move forward. So take a bit of time on your own or with your colleagues and end up writing something poetically inspiring for the rest of us almost on how to move forward. This is going to stay here. And we are going to distribute the papers in a few minutes. So, but now feel free to go grab coffee and get something to eat.
And just thank to the panelists.
And thank you very much. The panelists and to our colleagues online that also have.
And there's a group online as well.
Yes,
No, if they
yes.
want to continue, the people online is a group as well.
Exactly.
completa como genera ahí.
So if you go around the place, and I ask my IDRC colleagues who are fraternizing downstairs to join the groups as well. It's nice to fraternize. Hola. So number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. No, they already have been assigned numbers. So please go to your number 1, 2, 3, and 4. You have been datafied now. Yeah, now zeros and ones. This is number 1, this is number 2. This is number 3, and this is number 4. I am now going to become an agent of surveillance and enforcement, which is less agreeable than the original facilitator you had at the beginning. Number 3, all the groups have to answer the same questions we got over here. It's about evolution, it's about risk and opportunities, and it's about the way forward. Hopefully you are finding Sharpies next to you, so you can write, and you can assign someone to write, or you can all write on the wall. Ideally, you don't have Sharpies? We can provide you with Sharpies ASAP if you don't have them.
But I think our question is, how are people addressing this? Like, it used to be people who were like, big data is research, but how has that thinking evolved as much as we see digital?
Increasing data.
Just to react to that, something I was thinking when I read what the background yesterday. So I always question, like, what do we consider data and for what? I mean, when we say that 90% of the data that exists was produced in the last 2 years, we're basically talking about cell phones, right? We're talking about metadata.
8-month for evidence process. So that's one. But they have in their webpage one of these links that basically was trying to analyze all these myths around data. I don't know if you've seen it. And one of them is the 90% in the last 3 years. What they conclude, basically, if I remember correctly, is that there's no way to actually prove but that even all the stuff that's going on is probably somewhere around. So, but that doesn't necessarily go to the point, which is how much of that data is actually useful. Or useful for whom?
Like how many terabytes in whatever?
That was one of the things that...
Zettabytes.
There's no way to actually, count it, measure it.
That's what I'm wondering, like how do you compare like
visual data
just, like, the company planet that aims to capture like a picture of the entire surface of the Earth at least once every 24 hours. That's a lot of visual data. How do you compare that to if you had just like all the text and all the Facebook chats?
Which are examples of where medical research is going that doesn't come up. I think that's something that you learn. If there's nobody to do it for you, I see where you're going, but I don't think that's like. I mean, I may have misheard myself. I didn't mean actually the boundaries change the boundaries. There are stuff where I think younger generations are certainly more aware. But then at the same time, I see more that I don't want to be responsible, but maybe not.
last 5 minutes. Actually, 3 minutes. Last 3 minutes. Hmm? Last 3 minutes. This is the last call. Last 3 minutes to discuss. Please wrap it up. We are closing this session now. Ladies and gentlemen, señoras, señores, todas, todes, todos. Comida. 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 Lunch. Please stop. Please stop and give yourself a round of applause for all the hard work you have been doing, because I've been basically monitoring and doing stuff, so I've been doing all the work. And let's celebrate with food and stuff, yes? Okay. You can follow me to the room, which is the restaurant where you actually took breakfast today. And we can go all together. If to follow me. Much appreciated. I am not a thought leader in this field. It's clear now. And no one is hungry. That's great. It's time.
Sorry. All of you who actually want to eat lunch, you should follow Fabrizio. So, if you want lunch, you should follow Fabrizio towards the restaurant.
Oh, you don't need to film me. I was just gonna say, for the people in the room, we're gonna get started in like the next 5 to 10 minutes. 5 minutes, and we just encourage you to go around and take a look at some of the risks and opportunities around the room. So take a moment to stretch, take a moment to read. Yeah, exactly. To digest. Yeah. Before you fall asleep. No siesta.
right. So welcome back from lunch. I know this is the moment where everyone feels a bit down. So we are going to try to move around this place. So if you could all come this way, please all come this way. Leave your chairs and come this way. Wake up and stand up and come to me, come to me, come to me, come to me. I know, it's hard. It's, you have been eating healthy food, or not so healthy if you had that cake with dulce de leche on the top, which is what I had. So who was in this group? Which is group number 1? Hello, Eva, how are you doing? Could you give us a couple of, I'm fine, after the cake, I'm really good. Could you give us a couple of highlights of what happened here? And there we go.
So let me, let me go through the notes we took. I think there was quite a lot of discussions around actor and their own interests and what they get out of it. So we had discussions around, for example, the private sector and their role in this versus the role of government, about ensuring that, the private sector, for example, doesn't run away with the data, but drive it in a way that actually benefits population. And similarly with government, for example, what do we expect from government? Is the role of data and data transparency to ensure an efficient running of government, or should we expect a lot more? For example, are we expecting better results in terms of healthcare diagnosis of disease? We obviously had a conversation about privacy and the role of privacy in this, and how this had also changed some of the conversation in this in the questions around data and data-driven research. Let me go through again some of those notes. And actually, as a result of the question of privacy, the role of education, and making sure that, for example, young people are properly informed about what could happen with the data they put out there. There's also questions around whose data and who is it benefiting as well. Obviously, the question of data gaps, for example, in people whose data are not being collected. Am I missing? I'm looking at people from the group and trying to see if I'm missing something important. Is there anything else? Okay, great.
Thank you very much, Eva. A round of applause for Eva for taking the lead on this. And please keep following me, because we are walking after having this fantastic food. Síganme los buenos. So this is number 2. Who was in group number 2? Número 2. Yes, you want to do it? Who wants to do it? Who wants to do it? Florencio, Alexandrine. Dale, Florencia. Who? You can do it. Yes, you can do it.
Okay, so we discussed about a lot of different things. I haven't read what we wrote, so that's fine. I need some help here, I think. Need some help here.
National statistics.
That's the point. I wasn't prepared for that. I can help.
Welcome, Alexandrine. How are you doing?
Good. How are you?
Great. Welcome again.
So we started thinking about what's changed, and we started with contribution around a sector which was the education sector, and reflecting a little bit on what's changed there. For example, that a lot of the data in the past was more upstream, and focusing on the purpose of the data, which was around national statistics and monitoring the SDG 4. But then there's been an evolution in the discourse in terms of thinking about what happens when the data goes downstream and potential risks that need to be taken into account, and how do you do it in the best way possible. We had discussions a lot about trade-offs as well, and overlapping trade-offs around, for example, access to information versus privacy, and the example of making an electoral registry public, also human rights versus human rights, so having to choose between one or the other, but then also between possibly human rights and developing progressive public policy in terms of having the data to be able to have evidence-based policies.
Because he didn't want to talk about trade-offs, so that's why.
Yeah, yeah. Then we had an interesting discussion about how the value of data is increased, or, I mean, it was probably always there, but an increased recognition for the value of data. And what does that mean in terms of continuity of inequality, but also new types of processing that might generate different types of inequalities as well. And that there was a lot of discussion previously in terms of development and open data and how to use data for good, but now there's a lot more discussion about human rights and how do we use that kind of data as well in the future, those discussions. In terms of risks and opportunities, every time we named a risk, we also identified an opportunity.
Well done.
So we had a bit of a, like, for some aspects, for example, you know, there's a risk to amplify existing inequalities or create new ones, but also if it's done well and governed, like there's a good governance structure, then it could possibly reduce inequality. So there's a lot of, as you can see, for every risk, there's also an opportunity. Possibly, in terms of the different issues we looked at was issues around the quality of data, which could result in poor or bad policies. Also mentioning the lack of risk assessment, both in research, both in the development of public policies. If you have poor data or understanding how the data is going to be used. We had some discussion around the private sector and like mentioning that previously as well, reflecting on question 1, we didn't really think about what would be the power questions around monopolies when it came to industry and that they potentially have more power now than governments in terms of the data that they have. There's a lot of opportunities around, better governance, going beyond silos, so looking at different sources of data so that you're looking at other sectors. That we had an interesting discussion, I thought, about closed versus open data and the potential disadvantage if we rely on a lot of closed data because we can't ensure the quality or the sources or the credibility of it, particularly if it comes from the private sector, and that by making it open, you kind of ensure minimum standards, which is useful and necessary. Going back to silos, we had some discussion around having a coherent voice for data governance and not seeing it as different things between privacy and open data, but actually we're on the same side. So how do we have a more coherent voice? And also the discussion around silos and new sources of data. It's not just new sources of data, but it means working with new actors as well. And so how do we react and respond to those developments? In terms of the way forward, we looked at having international global governance. So beyond discussions that we're seeing in forums like the IGF, for example, looking now at more like tangible processes, and there's an example given of the G20 Digital Tax Initiative. So if it's led by national or global, processes, then there's maybe more weight or credibility and like to actually achieve change. But then the flip side of that is that we need to also have the global South voices, and that, because if a lot of decisions are made at the global level, ultimately they need to be implemented at the local level, and so they need to be, we need to include those voices very early on in policy making, so that they don't just get given something to implement, but that they contribute to the discussion. And then we talked a little bit about assessing the current mechanisms, both at the global, national, and local level, to identify gaps in terms of what still needs to be regulated, but also use that as an opportunity to raise awareness about obligations that currently exist that people might not be aware of.
Cool. Thank you very much. A round of applause for a great discussions and summary. So we move now. We are going to skip group 3 because it's funnier if we walk all this way. And we're going to go to group 4. Come, walking is nice. There's a lot of, by the way, there's a gym over there in case you were not aware. There's also a pool. There's also an indoor pool and a sauna in this hotel. No, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Who was in this group?
I guess you were. Yes, there you go, Khalil.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it's easier if you write it. So if I missed anything from our group, please just stop and I'll pass it to you. Our discussion wasn't very straightforward. We just jumped around in the group discussion, so it was a bit hard to actually put it into the different sections. But in terms of evolution or the changes in the past 10 years, we've seen something common with the other groups. It's like, more data being generated. But we also said that a lot of it is not meaningful or being used in ways that matter. Also, the evolutions in terms that companies are increasingly the ones generating data as well, but they are not have not been part of the conversation to solve problems for the data that they collect, and it's an ever increasing amount of data. There's another point here in terms of evolution for the past 10 years is increased access to technology, which I think was similar to the other group before. So in this term, like what was big data 10 years ago is just now normal data that now everybody has access to, and now big data has moved on to another level. So it also means that there are more actors or users that are able to consume the data that was big data 10 years ago, which is now normal data now. There's also increased quality and availability of data generated by even more people and actors in the past 10 years than before. And by actors, I mean government, users generating data, whether they wanted to do it or not, companies and so on. In terms of risk and opportunities, we had one of the risks that we're seeing is that we have increasing monopolies or global tech giants that have access to this data. But at the same time, we also see ways that there's opportunities in terms, for example, like the EU for regulation of some of these things when there monopolies happen. We also saw another risk that data should not just be seen as a product or something like the common phrase like data is the new oil, but we should also just see it from a different perspective as data as transparency or a way of exposing things or seeing things. So I just gave one example of doing this is that instead of just seeing data as a product, maybe we should see, I think it's one input that you can see data in terms of a global lens of issues such as environment or climate change and not just as products. Okay, and the ways forward from some of these risks and opportunities is that corporations need to be part of the conversation. But one issue that we raise is that quite often corporations need to be more responsible in terms of talking to the community rather than expecting the community to come to them. So conversations need to be happen, but corporations shouldn't be expecting for communities to come to them to talk to them, but rather actually be on the other side and see how they can talk to communities instead. Some other possible solutions on the way forward is the possibility, as we mentioned, that we have monopolies as a risk, is the possibility of decentralizing data and having ownership of data. So one example of this is like when we have submit our data to do, let's say, a money transfer. We should only be providing data just enough for that money transfer and nothing else. Another example is, for example, with the EU regulation that for cookies, for example, you give the permissions for the cookies that you want rather than all. So this also other issues of decentralizing data of where you have control versus the companies having control. And this may include the need to have increased awareness of the public of their rights to data because we're all generating it while not actually being aware of whether we have control over it or not. And the final point is that, I've already mentioned this, which is how governments and corporations need to understand communities and not expect communities to talk to them, which is a repeat of the earlier point.
All right.
Anything missing?
Karil, muchas gracias.
And last but not least, now yes, we can go to group. No, sí. Bienvenido. Seja bem-vindo. Who was in group number 3? Nati.
So the default is Nati.
Default option.
I'm the open by default gal, so. Okay, so let me just reread what we talked about. So from the evolution we talked, I think this is something that came up in every group. People are more aware of the role of data, mostly because of surveillance cases like Cambridge Analytica or coronavirus or Hong Kong and things like that, but mostly scandals, you could say. But people seem to be more aware. And then we went into a discussion of who people are, like is it upper middle class just that is more aware, just them, or is it actually like citizenship being more aware? Then there's a huge bridge on digital skills. It's even bigger, because now people are more aware of the data that is being collected about themselves. And so now, among those that already know that their data is being used or data about them is being created, there's people that know what to do about that and people that don't. So even in like in the data community, there's people that can actually do something about this and people that can't. So data literacy seems to be something that we're still needing more and more. More regulations on data, private sector, things like GDPR. Then the conversations about data seem to be evolving. Publishing with a purpose seems to be moving forward. So just what we were talking here is about like the thematic conversations. You know, we started with the open whatever you can and put it in a portal towards what's the problem that we want to solve, what's the data that we can publish to solve that problem. And so that actually makes the community bigger, but it also has its problems and, well, data to tackle issues. Then we talked about the cross-pollination of the data agenda. When we talk about cross-pollination, has to do also with the thematic and publish with a purpose thing. So people from the open data community or people from, we were talking about the open data community within itself, are actually participating, for example, in debates and events that don't have to do specifically with open data. So, for example, we are working on climate change open data, so I was part of COP25, and I was there talking about open data. What was brought up about the UN Data Forum, like I was there, Fernando was there, and I guess it was 3 more people of the open data community in an event of 6,000 people talking about data. So we are like actually moving towards those other events where data can bring added value. While the amount of data is bigger, we see data-driven society in different sectors. So data is seen as an input. What we talked about, this was Maurice. Now it's all coming back to me. What we saw back in a couple of years ago was like data was a new resource, like the new oil and whatever, and society was like in another area, I don't know, like a silo conversation. Now that society is more aware that data is being created about them, that is being reused, that is being used for them, by them, because of them, or whatever, the society seems to be data-driven, which can be either good or bad. And then we do see data ecosystems converging, like open data, statisticians, privacy communities. We're still getting there. We need a lot of more conversations to happen, but this event is one of those things happening, actually. Risks and opportunities. So I don't know if we did a Spanglish thing, but it's romanticization or romanticization. Yeah, well, like being in love with the data agenda. Like we all just saw the bright side for a couple of years and not talking. It was something actually Laurent brought up also. We just saw like the bright side and all the good that there is and there still is in the data agenda, but not taking into account or not talking properly and deeply about the risks and problems that could bring. Then AI, we see it as an opportunity to increase productivity and create better and high quality jobs. There's a risk, the disappearances of certain types of jobs, and there we go with the fourth revolution and everything, but we'll take the bright side and see it as an opportunity. Then the growing digital divide, this is something that we saw also in the evolution, not only in capacity, but also in resources and in access. We see an opportunity in citizen-generated data, active participation of citizens in collecting data, and actually them being engaged brings an opportunity. The data trust movement or momentum or idea is actually bringing in momentum and actually brings data confidence into all the processes. Concrete value of data to solve problems. This is an opportunity. Well, what we talked about, participatory culture and ideas, a diversity of users, which is always good, so it's an opportunity. The idea or the notion and now the reality that government has no longer the monopoly. We've been talking about open government data or government data without the openness bit, but now we are all very much aware that they are not the sole creators and convenient of data. And then we see regulatory problems, regulatory overreaching, for example, GDPR, which is kind of being pushed towards Latin America at least, and then it doesn't make a lot of sense, at least in the cases that I work with. And so this is not a fight, but it's like the right to privacy versus the right to access information, where data is a big part, and we need to talk about that. And way forward, convene communities, which is something that we're doing here, but we need to work on. And so, well, the Open Data Charter actually has a project about that. Then democratize, okay? Democratization of data. So create communities, the balance of power, and gamification. This was something that, when we talk about like bringing power to the people and understanding that data-driven society, we also need to be more innovative in the way that we get people involved, citizens involved. So gamification is one of the ways. We haven't done a proper way of getting them involved via ways that are more simplified, or Arduinization, do-it-yourself kits for citizens. And then we need to better understand and share agendas between these communities. We always see it in the event calendar. We seem to have all events in June this year, coronavirus mediante or not, but it's like, come on, let's talk among ourselves. Everything is gonna happen in June if we are allowed to. So let's just try, even just to coordinate when anybody is doing an event, because we're bumping into each other. And then finding use cases that integrate the agenda. So this, we were talking maybe one of the possible research agendas shared from this event would be to try to analyze all of these into one sector or into a certain context. So understanding, like working, I don't know, again, on climate change data and understanding, like fully understand which are the creators of the data, not just government, like who is actually creating data about climate change? How are we managing and bringing in citizens creating data for that purpose? What is the privacy concerns that we need to take into account? What are like the bits that can be definitely open? What is the legislation and regulation that needs to be in place, or what does it exist, does already exist? So trying to figure out most of these conversations into one sector, And then maybe understanding that these balances that we need to do and understand maybe shifts from sector to sector or from context to context. Because probably, I'm just thinking out loud, but health data, it's always more, needs to be worked more than, I don't know, transportation and I don't know, there's problems with every bit of, but you know what I mean, like trying to figure out all of this just in one sector, just to see if it's possible to do a research that works on this, and I'm gonna shut.
Okay. That's okay. Thank you very much, Nati. A round of applause. So now our agenda is officially well beyond schedule, but that's okay. We can live with that. So we come back, and we have now a panel waiting for us. Is that correct? Yes. So everything changes. We're not waiting. So if you could move the next slide, la próxima. So we have the bright side of data, and we got Francisco, Natalia, and Karil. Please do come. And are going to be, oops. And then we have even Christian, sí, ¿dónde quieres? And we are welcoming a new colleague to the round. Please introduce yourself.
Hello. Hi, I'm sorry that I'm late. My name is Christian Pehoni. I'm from ITS, Institute for Technology and Society of Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. I know, I don't look Brazilian, but I am. I know. Anticipating the jokes. And I'm sorry to be a little bit late, but I was coming from India. I was there 2 days ago, so 30-hour flight, plus 7 hours to come. So just a little bit of my background. For basically 10 years, I worked for international organizations. I worked for the OAS, Organization of American States. I worked for the Inter-American Commission, Inter-American Court of Human Rights, and then the Inter-American Juridical Committee. So I worked for many international issues, and I got in because we started drafting the guide on privacy and data protection in the OAS, and I find it was fascinating, so I decided to do a PhD on that. And that led me to ITS. And I hope we have a great discussion during the day. And yeah, I'm sorry if I'm a little bit jet-lagged. Just a tiny little bit, 10 hours difference.
You certainly got my sympathy. There's people in the room, though, that also flew like 20 hours. So,
amazing.
So
I'm not the only one.
We're now running a poll.
Oh, dear. Even worse.
But thank you very much for coming and joining. And now, yes, Katie, this is all yours.
Yes, so we'll try and do this in a compressed format. We also discovered in the name of balance, we're actually getting a more nuanced perspective than we had originally planned for anyways, but the purpose of this session, we really wanted to go over some use cases, some stories, some key findings of how data is being used to drive development. And what we're actually going to get are some great use cases, and then a slightly more nuanced perspective of a well-intentioned case that went wrong. So hopefully that'll help fuel some of our key discussions and findings later today. So we'll try and do this in 5 minutes each. I've asked the panelists to each kind of think through a couple of questions anyways, around sort of sharing a little bit about themselves and their background. Although I guess I could introduce you guys. I feel like you can speak to your work so much better than I can. To talk a little bit about some of the factors that led to the success and helped to drive use. What were some of the critical factors and things that potentially could have been avoided? And finally, just to kind of showcase some of the work they've done. And then if we have time, if we're trying to do this really fast, we might have a little bit of time for question and answer from the audience before we loop into our next panel. So I'll start with Natalia Carfu from the Open Data Charter.
So I guess everybody already knows me. I work for the Open Data Charter. Please call me Nati. And so I'm going to go like right straight to some examples like that we're working actually right now. As I just said, we're working on climate change open data. We've created a tool with the World Resources Institute that is called an Open Up Guide on Climate Change Data, which actually integrates into the Paris Agreement. So it's data that every government that has signed the Paris Agreement actually should be collecting, but they are not opening it up. And so we've been working with Chile and Uruguay. And what we saw, I'm not going to talk about like the open data bit of it, but we've been working with the climate change offices and of course, the open data team in each of the governments. And so the climate change folks, of course, were just very much obsessed in creating that data, standardizing that data, and reporting to the UN, not thinking about any other use case other than reporting. They just, and when we started discussing this, they were like, but there's no added value on the, like, we're just reporting, we are complying with the UN, with the Paris Agreement, and we are okay with that, and just leave it there. And so we started working with both teams, and things turned out for good because actually last Friday, because of Open Data Day, International Open Data Day, we held a hackathon here in Uruguay with the climate change team and the AGESIC, like the agency that works open data here, where the climate change folks just stayed and helped other teams, like the teams that were created there for the hackathon, because they were thinking about other use cases for this data that they were just collecting for reporting a few months ago. And now they were excited to see what other use cases could be brought up. And we actually had 6 teams working on that, and none had to do with just reporting. So there was a platform for tourism development that used land data to better understand where the investments could go. Another team that were working on recycling, using the recycling data to better inform citizens where their recycling efforts were going. And so the positive thing of this is actually how we helped change the view of the internal team of climate change team in the Uruguayan team. And so now they're thinking what else can they open, and thinking the next phase of their reporting process, already taking into account that they're going to open up that data afterwards, and that was amazing. And with that project, we also went to COP25, where it was the first time I went there. It was like 45 panels at the same time, all day long for 15 days. So this is a lot of competition. And we held a panel about this project. And we actually had like 30 people there, which is pretty good. And some approached us after the panel, and they were saying, so this is an innovative way of thinking, the reporting of the Paris Agreement, and that's what caught my attention. I didn't know what I was going to talk about, like what you were going to talk about, but they've been having the same old discussion about the platform to put the reports, but not the data. So that's interesting. And then another project has to do with gender pay gap. So this is a private example, but Salesforce, which is a massive company, actually published their own gender pay gap information and saw that they had a huge problem. And they decided to invest for a year into just tackling that problem that they had. And with all the resources and technology and the head of the company behind it, he actually was known as a gender ambassador or whatever. They published the same data a year later, and they hadn't done a good job, and they had everything running for them. So we are now working on a gender pay gap open up guide to understand how we can accompany these efforts, both from governments, because there are certain governments that are starting to publish that information, which is not just how many women are and how much are women winning and salary. It has a lot of other data. But we see an opportunity in that example because there's actually private sector and governments trying to get things right. So we're now working with the UK government and with Salesforce, trying to understand what an open up guide about that could look like in order to make more informed decisions to tackle a huge problem that we all know, but we don't know the exact numbers. And I'm gonna shut.
Okay. I'm usually a very visual person, but I'm gonna try explain our work. So hopefully I can be, clear enough that you can imagine what I'm talking about. So basically, our work at CNAR project and as well as the Open Development Mekong in Southeast Asia is what we would call constrained environments. And these kind of constraints include, for example, lack of open data, lack of data literacy, lack of technical capacity, and it also includes lack of freedom of expression and association. So even using or working with data carries risk in terms of possibility of arrests or even discussing some of the topics that you work with, the limited data that you have. So as such, it would seem that it's impossible to work with open data in this sort of places, or does it even mean anything if you don't have any of these sort of, if you have all these different constraints? And the next part is that we often, so where do we even start in places like this? So one of the things that we initially started in Malaysia is that we started looking at different, common goals, and common things that, of discussions include things like people often talk about empowerment of citizens, for example, or access to decision makers, or influencing policy makers. So given this lack of data, constraints, data literacy, we started looking, it's like, okay, exactly who are these decision makers? Where does this happen, even in a limited space? And we found out that one of the areas that people are not looking at is actually parliaments or legislative data. So this is where all the decisions are being made on budgets. These are where elected representatives hold governments accountable for different things and also answerable. And one of the things that we found out is that in parliament, which is often not accessible or easily accessible, are answers that, well, it's not perfect in a lot of different countries. Democracies isn't always working that well, but it's the closest that we have where citizens have elected representatives that ask questions from a government, and the government has to respond. And if these questions are quite good, are quite well phrased, the government has to respond with concrete facts and concrete data, even in situations where this data is not available from anywhere else. When we start, so the first thing that we had to do was the challenge of like, okay, these are all parliamentary documents and so on. Some of them are not even in the digital format. So first thing was like, how do we make it as open data so that it's actually usable? And then what is actually in there? And when we started to look for certain things, so I'll just give, there's multiple examples because there's thousands of questions in every session of parliament. So one example in Malaysia was that open data or just data on sexual assault and crimes was suppressed for about a decade. So officially, these statistics are not published anywhere and are not allowed to be published, especially online. But we found out that these were actually questions. So some women's groups and child right groups actually got their elected representative to ask these questions on this data in parliament. And the moment that it was asked, the government had to provide it because it's a parliamentary system. And the moment it's answered in parliament or legislative, it becomes open by default because that's a public right. So at least in the Westminster system in Malaysia. So that immediately made it open, not as structured data, but at least it's in a table in a parliamentary format. And it same applies for issues like child marriages, or in Malaysia, which is a predominantly Muslim countries, even questions around LGBT or transgender that would not be possible for you to ask from a government department was available in parliament and asked this question. So we extracted this data out. made it available, and as a result, it can be very simple visualization, but just having the data, for example, in terms of the number, age, allowed us to show in Malaysia with a simple text visualization that something like 45% of sexual assault cases in Malaysia happen to minors who are women. So that's enough of a shock to actually create discussion, leads to additional questions, and we were only one part of the things, like in terms of providing the data. Of course, there's a lot of other efforts from the other NGOs, but that led to actually a bill being passed in Parliament because of constant questions, just by making this data available. It was, so another point of things is like, another question that we often get asked is like, which data is demanded? So again, we found that Parliament was a pretty good place as an example on what actually are people asking for by their elected representatives. So it was a good sample of issues that are being asked in Parliament as a data demand. Then the next step, of course, was that we were also looking for, beyond that, was looking for innovations. How do we make it more accessible? And for that, one of our work is actually looking at international data standards. We see this in terms of the development of what kind of data should be published, like open contracting or legislative data or beneficial ownership, as Tim mentioned. So we looked at these sort of standards and says, okay, we've seen the tools done in a lot of more advanced countries with open data. So we know what is needed from these standards in terms of being able to develop tools that we need. But we don't have the open data. So as a way of doing this, knowing that what data needs to be done, what we then use is that we use these open data standards as a way to get different communities with different pieces of information to actually generate data that's of a quality to build the tools that everybody else is doing, even though it's not provided by the government. So as an example, in Myanmar, for example, they just had one of their first elections. So a whole generation of people from Myanmar wanted to know about their elected representatives, and there was no data. And different CSOs were collecting different pieces of data. Some people were collecting addresses. Some people were collecting positions in different committees. And some people were collecting which party they belong to, or even certain things like what race they belong to, because that's an issue in Myanmar. And they didn't know how to put it together. So one approach that we did that we knew worked in Malaysia was like, okay, we said, this is the open data standard. We'll put it into a simple spreadsheet. And all you different communities put in the data that you have into this open data standard. And because they followed the open data standard, it allowed them to quickly build applications or even adopt some other tools that are developed in other countries where the data standards were already being used. So as a result, I think it took within 2 weeks or 3 weeks of Myanmar's election for us to collect the data and actually have websites and mobile apps for people to actually quickly search for their representatives. And I'm just going to wrap it up here. And the reason I brought up Myanmar as a positive example is that in Malaysia, we actually did the same process with zero impact. Meaning we did the same approach. We built the tools, and nobody cared because of the context of our country. But when we did exactly the same thing in Myanmar, it led to thousands of people. And I think at the first share was like maybe 50,000 people shared it on Facebook, and everybody was utilizing the app to look for their representatives in Myanmar for exactly the same thing that was not effective in Malaysia. So on the positive side here, I would say is that when you're doing certain things, it's good to share those experiences in other countries, because just because it's a failure in your context does not mean that your approaches could be successful in others. And we also found out that we were also following similar techniques across regions. So these constraints that we had were not just the same in Asia. So for example, Budeshi in Nigeria followed the same approach as well. Nigeria is like one of the most corrupt countries in the world, no contract data. They did exactly the same thing with contract, get pieces of information, however they can find them, put it into a spreadsheet. This is Budeshi before they became all high tech, and make open contract data available so that they can reuse the different tools. So yeah, so I'm just going to conclude that even in constrained environments, you can still adopt standards and best practices from other countries, but you just do it in your own way, and it can still be effective.
I'm Francisco Mata from the Universidad Nacional in Costa Rica. The case that I'm going to present you is not necessarily a bright side case of data. It could be the other way around, a dark case. This is something that happened last month in Costa Rica, and it's about the Presidential Data Analysis Unit, and I call it a case for data regulation for the government. An important problem in Costa Rica has been eradicating poverty. In spite of the efforts of many administrations since 1994, poverty has remained at a 20% level. At the same time, the country Gini index has also remained at a 50% level, making Costa Rica one of the most unequal countries in Latin America and possibly in the world. In fact, a report from the United Nations Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean says that Latin America is one of the most unequal regions in the world. The current president, Carlos Alvarado, being Minister of Labor in the previous administration, made during his campaign a promise of drastically reducing poverty if he got elected. The problem that we have is that unemployment has raised to 12%, being one of the highest in the last 10 years. The unemployment rate for women doubles that for men. To make things even more complicated, the country had to pass a fiscal reform package last year in the form of taxes and reduction in pensions in order to contain the mounting fiscal deficit. In 2018, Costa Rica's fiscal deficit was 6% of its GDP, and the total debt of the country passed the 50% of the GDP for the first time in that year. It is still too early to assess the effects of such packages on the economy, yet evidence on such effects on some economic sectors of the real estate and commerce are already evident. One important thing about effectively combating poverty in Costa Rica with the limited resources is how to target the available funds to the right people. Limited information about socioeconomic conditions of the person has not only limited probably dispensing this aid, but also allowed unscrupulous people to benefit from it. For this reason, since 2013, the government has been creating the National Information System and Single Register of Beneficiaries from the state, CINERUBE in Spanish. The first stage of this system was to integrate the information from 7 public organizations to add information from 50 more later. This system was inaugurated in 2017 during the past administration and was strongly supported by President Alvarado in his capacity first as Minister of Human Development and President of the Institute for Social Assistance, a post that he held before he assumed as Minister of Labor. By having developed CINERUBE for almost 7 years, the publication of a new decree creating DUPAP, the Presidential Data Analysis Unit, came as a surprise to the Costa Ricans. At a first glance, such a unit duplicated the efforts undertaken by the previous 2 administrations and raised concerns about its necessity. But later it was discovered that this unit has been operated before this decree undercover without any legal support. Furthermore, there was an immediate concern regarding whether its operation, not only before but also now, conflicted with, first, the Universal Convention on Human Rights, ratified by Costa Rica, whose Article 12 recognized the right to privacy as a human right. Second, the Article 24 of the Costa Rican Constitution, which guarantees the right to intimacy liberty and secrecy of communications. And third, the principle of informed consent stated in the Article 5 of the law to protect personal data, approved in 2011. One interesting thing is that Article 7 of the new decree grants granted unrestricted access to this unit to all information stored on public databases, except in those cases where such information is protected as a state secret. The public outcry about the UPAP decree was so strong that the decree was derogated by the same president less than a week after its publication. Despite this action and the public apologies given in public by the president, this situation has motivated, among other things, the resignation of the Minister of the Presidency, who acted as Chief of Staff over the President, the Deputy Minister of this same ministry, and the Deputy Minister of Planning to avoid a motion of censure by Congress. The resignation of the Deputy Minister of the Treasury, who claimed that the UPAP requested financial information on his behalf without his consent, the raid of the Presidential House by the Prosecutor's Office for alleged violation of citizen privacy and the beginning of the judicial process by this office, 2 applications of amparo presented to the Constitutional Court against those who signed the decree, the President, the Minister of the President, who has resigned, and the Vice Minister of the Planning, who also has resigned, the reorganization of the President's office under the leadership of the most senior member of the cabinet. So, what is the context here? Data is key for decision making, and for this reason has become an asset. Regulation on data access and their use has primarily focused on companies, particularly e-commerce and social network operators. However, governments are using the same technology and data that is also used by such companies to search and monitor individuals. In this regard, big data can easily be associated to Big Brother. Even projects created with the purpose of increasing social welfare, as is the case of Aadhaar, India's identity system based on biometrics, provides opportunities for surveillance from the government and data mining from companies. Yet few has been done regarding data used by governments, particularly in Latin America. Big data at the government level can be done for several purposes, since combating poverty, as in the case of Costa Rica already presented, but also as well to determine political dissidents, such apparently was the case in Chile, by using social network mining during the social uprisings last year. So the point here is that even well-intended projects like this of trying to combat poverty and the intention of a government probably to accelerate a system that requires coordination from a lot of public institutions made him as well as his administration to get into a lot of errors, which has been publicly recognized, to create this unit. But in the process, apparently he forgot that there is an ordinary regulation, no? And with this, right now, the country is in a deep political crisis. Hopefully, coronavirus has come to Costa Rica, and we have 5 reported cases, and that's alleviating the situation. But, you know, in any normal country, when most of your senior staff related to that has resigned, the question is, what would happen with the president? In fact, right now, there is a consideration to pass an amendment in which the president can be impeached in order to avoid situations that could be, unfortunately, like social revolts and so on. So this is the case that I wanted to present to you.
Thank you all for really informative and interesting work. We still have a little bit more time for question and answers, but I've got a couple final questions for you guys. You've talked a lot about different factors that have contributed to both successful data-driven innovation and potentially unsuccessful data-driven innovation. So you've talked about the need for standards and interoperability, the need to work with different stakeholders and actors. I'm wondering, and even in some cases, in some of our conversations before, the length of time it takes to see data-driven innovations really take hold in specific social sectors and potentially cause change. So my question for you before we go to question and answers is, based on your experiences and your research as innovators, what are 2 things you would invest more in or you would like to see more research in order to drive either data-driven innovation at scale or applications in your specific sectors that you're focusing on? And what's one thing that you would absolutely caution people not to do or that you would love to see more work on in order to drive more responsible innovation in the future?
So that's a tough question because there's a zillion things, there's a zillion do's and don'ts. But I guess I was working in government for 10 years in open data related things. So I'm just going to bring more of a personal overview rather than Charter's view. What I've seen, at least in the cases that I've worked or I've related more, is government seems to be always behind on regulation. So like you create the interoperability program and then you regulate what that should be doing, which is already doing something. So I would take more time trying to understand what regulations need to be in place without cutting innovation, but we always seem to get it the other way. So we build the new innovative technology, put it into place, and then we regulate. And that's one of the problems that might actually end up like bringing down a whole platform. And so I think, and then that's a perfect case of that happening. I think I would leave it there.
So what was it again?
Well, it doesn't have to be the exact recipe since I'm already napping. But a couple pieces of advice in your experience of sort of fundamentals or fundamental research questions around driving, scaling more future applications of data for development in specific sectors, and 1 or 2 questions of things that you would, questions or examples of things you would absolutely avoid.
So one of the things that I've learned is the fact is to understand what are the enablers. Too often people are focused on kind of the applications, like they have a clear view of what needs to happen, whereas I think somebody from Japan said this, when it comes to innovation, it's things that you can't actually plan for. It's the stuff that happens that nobody thought about before. So when it comes to innovation, you can't actually plan, I'm going to create this. Rather, it's to kind of see what kind of enablers allow innovations to happen. So one of the things that we learned with opening legislative data was that the enabler was to actually make the data available in an open standards format first. We didn't think about the application that we were going to build for it, but what we did know is that if we made the data available in an international standard, we knew that there were innovations happening around the world, but we didn't know what it would look like in our context. So rather than build the app first, we actually built we made the data available first, and then made it available as an API, and then let the people or the developers and so on think about ways that they can use the data. And because we used international data standards, we knew that the quality was good enough to do other things, and they did different ways around it. And then for a more longer-term view was that we also found out that this initial data set, because our countries sometimes don't have any other data, was that they're actually going to be useful as training sets for machine learning later on. So one example out of the legislative data in Myanmar, for example, even though it might not be very effective for another 5 years or so, was that having this data available allowed some people to start testing and working out like how can we use machine learning with this data, which was already in good quality and already tagged and or categorized. So they can begin this research now for things that are going to be possible in the future. And yeah, so my final take on this is that especially for those countries that are a little bit behind, you should not avoid participating and trying to implement what the international standards are doing. Because if you don't participate in them now, 5 years from now, those standards are going to be developed without any of your input. And when you're finally ready to implement them, the standards no longer apply to you because you never did the feedback when your economy or data environment is now ready to actually do that. Yep.
It's the same question for everyone.
Well, I think this case proves the saying that hell is paved with good intentions, and that's why it is necessary to create some type of regulation that somebody said is the equivalent of the Cambridge Analytics in that country, and that according to what I have read, they say they are using some information that should be considered as personal according to the GDPR, and is the fact that the political orientation of a person should be private. Nevertheless, since a lot of people in social networks claim that they are going to this party or this other president and so on, and that the company is able not only to do social mining, but also to integrate that with information that is provided by the electoral service, where there appears the name, appears the address, is easily to get political maps and influence elections. Again, this is something that we can say is a threat to democracy, because we knew what happened with the Trump administration and how did it work. Of course, the situation was a little bit different down there because there was a huge multinational corporation as Facebook that allowed Cambridge to get into there. But you know, there are variations on the same theme, no? And this is a problem. So I agree that data is important not only to make decisions, to innovate, but there should be some limit to what government and companies can do about that. And the problem is that, again, technology makes difficult to enforce this type of regulations.
I think that's a really interesting and deep question to sort of end this structured part on. Does anyone have any questions for the panelists? All right.
Actually, I have two, if I may. One from each. One from Nati, is it? Yeah. So I'm not aware how it's what type of data is in the reports, the Paris reports, and I think it would be interesting to understand is to understand a little bit more of the example. If you could give us a little bit of the background on what it is there and how it was thought about using it in all those different apps that you had or different ideas that we had in this hackathon. I thought it was fascinating how you did it, and if you could give me a little bit more background, it could be interesting, I think, to picture how it worked. And my question is, I think it's Mr. Yusuf. So I find it quite interesting that you mentioned that you have to look at the enablers. But I wanted to understand whether you were thinking more on the enabling factors or enabling actors? What you were thinking about the enablers in order to, I think it was access to data or to use data or spread the idea? Because I find it quite interesting, and if you could comment as well on what you think was the factors that made it more successful in Myanmar and less in Malaysia. So that was my ideas. Thank you.
So I'm gonna make it as quickly as I can, but when we created the Open Up Guide on Climate Change Data, we collaborated with the World Resources Institute, which is an organization that actually works on climate change. So the same combination that we work with in government, you know, the Climate Change Office and the Open Data Office is the same that we did. So we know about open data, they know about climate change, and we gathered our knowledges together to build this tool. On a really basic level, each country that signed the Paris Agreement actually then has to tell the UN what the reporting date out of 169 indicators, each country tells the UN which one they are going to report. And so it's called, I don't even know how to say it in English, like NDC. Right? It's like that's a document that they have to produce. And so they are all very much keen on producing that data, but they just have to report to the UN. So what we did with the World Resources Institute, as each of these documents is going to look a little bit different because each country is deciding on which indicators they're going to be working with. We came up with, you would say, a list of 72 data. It's not specifically data sets, it's data
points?
Data types, exactly, thank you, that you could actually be creating in order to send to the UN. And then we worked on already existing standards and proposed that they publish that data in those standards. Each of the countries that we are working with the pilot actually have a different document, an NDC. So it's not that we're asking them to publish everything that is in this list, because each of the countries is deciding which data sets they're actually publishing. But this is where the cross-pollination thing works. So we are specialists on open data. The World Resources Institute is specialist in climate change, and so they've learned from us on open data. I didn't know the NDC or the Paris Agreement or whatever existed. Well, I did know that, but not in this depth. And so we are also learning from this project as organizations. So you'll see the end results of Chile and Uruguay are not going to look alike, and we never expected that to look alike, which data sets they're actually opening because of this project, because they are both, they're both working on their own indicators that they decided to share with the UN.
Just one tiny little thing. So can you give me one example of one data type or data set?
So like the most common one is like the carbon footprint, and then land type, that is like the catalog of the land type of the whole country, things like that. It's like electrical production, even
okay.
Well, water supplies. Yeah, it's like.
Yeah. So in my case, the enabling factor is actually the quality, and also the effort put into developing a quality standard. So when I talk about my success, actually we failed twice before, and before we came out with this successful legislative data, we actually, both times earlier, we tried to create our own standard. We knew what we needed to do, and we created their standards ourselves. And each time, it failed to do something that we wanted to do, and we had to go back to the drawing board. So I would say the enabling factor for us for legislative data was that we used an international standard. And the difference here is that the international standard was tested against a lot of different use cases, which is actually a lot of resource than our little small team. So what that meant was the legislative data standard that we adopted, Finland tried to import like 200 years of parliamentary data. Another country tested that standard against a situation where people keep changing alliances in political parties. Another discussion that we had was on, whether something like a national identity or race needed to be on those standards. So when we adopted it for Malaysia, it meant that we adopted the collective inputs on the different use cases of possibly 20, 25 different countries, which meant that there's a high chance when we adopted it that a lot of these problems have been sorted out within the standard. So as a result, when we adopted it and filled in all the different data sets, we had a minimum standard that allowed all these different things to happen. What I mean by different things is that when we adopted the standard, it would allow us for the situation of historical data, let's say for Finland, or a situation for another country where they had constant changes of alliances. So we knew that the standard was going to be good enough for that. And once we adopted it, then because the quality was really good, it enabled different sorts of innovations. And I forgot to mention that the kind of different innovations. So in Malaysia, for example, we originally just wanted it, just like Myanmar, to just have a list or build an app or a website of politicians. But we found out later that once we had quality structured data, we could easily generate data on visualizations like the gender makeup of a political party. Or in Malaysia, with the clear set of standards on politicians and what posts they held, we used that same data to actually do beneficial ownership against contracts. So those are the things that would not be possible if we had one simple set of standards that we made up on our own, because the quality then would be poor to enable these kind of innovations.
We have like 4 minutes left. Does anyone have any other questions? Is everyone? I have one last question for you guys. We've talked a lot about social and technical processes. What's the perfect blend? I
answered first everything.
Yeah.
Could you repeat the question?
We've talked a lot about social and technical processes in driving use and the uptake or massive failure thereof. So what do you think is the appropriate blend in terms of a lot of the work that's being done involves bridging ethical research boundaries. It involves working with multiple stakeholders in sectors that you might not be familiar with. It means bringing together technologists as well as people who have a deep knowledge of social issues. How do you manage and blend these vastly different social and technical sort of processes and relationships in trying to drive data use forward?
Well, that's a hard question.
In 2 minutes.
Well, one of the things that has been argued is the need for new ethics. And technology and ethics, it's a field that should be developed. One of the authors that I like the most is Kranzberg, who came with the idea that technology is not good, nor is bad, but neither is neutral. It depends on how we use it and for what purpose we use it. And the other interesting thoughts that he had is that many of the technological problems that we face are due to unforeseen consequences that we come along when we implement technologies that apparently are benign at a large scale. And I think that this is a warning for artificial intelligence, in particular, because data is just the input for something else. Data is not the technology. Artificial intelligence is what makes all this possible. We have large amounts of data thanks to technology. It's very cheap. decentralized, and so on, but is the way we use it by algorithms and so on, and that created or may create the problems now. One problem with artificial intelligence is transparency in the decisions. Many of the algorithms that are used are black boxes. And not only are black boxes because nobody understands how this machine came to this conclusion, but also because it's not in the best interest of the company that produces the algorithms to explain how it is. And one of the problems that we are seeing, and there is a lot of documentation about that, and several books have been written about it, is the fact that data are biased, and then the algorithms are biased. But the problem is that when a decision is made by a human, we may question it, but when it's done by a computer, not necessarily. The problem with the computers is that either we trust it or we do not trust it, but there's nothing in between. No? And here's where comes the problem. To what point do we really need to trust a decision that is being made by a computer? And there are several cases, particularly in the United States, where now many decisions are being made by artificial intelligence algorithms that are being questioned on the basis of transparency and discrimination.
Okay, so on my point is, okay, in a short period, I had more time to think about it, which is good. So basically, my point in terms of, what's the right thing to do, in my case for Malaysia or CNR, is that we didn't actually think of us as a tech group. I often explain to, often when we're dealing with data specialists or technical people, that our organization is a human rights organization first. And by that, what I mean is that we understand or work on common rights issues first with other NGOs and communities. So our NGO in Malaysia, for example, or same in like the Ananda in Myanmar, they're actually part of a community of different NGOs working on community issues, not on technical issues, not on data issues. And as a result of that, the work that we do in CNR, or like the reason why I could find issues like child sexual assault cases or issues about transgender or environment or even rights, is because these are the issues that our fellow NGOs are interested in working on. And on our side, it's on issues on like transparency in government and so on. And then the data part comes in after that. So the data is, and the technical things that I talked about, standards and so on, are just a technical solution to a real problem that we have to do. And quite common that I've seen a lot of, where data is the first word or civic tech is the first word. Quite often they're working on technology and trying to find a problem to solve. Whereas in this case, we know the problem that we're solving, and now we're looking at different approaches, possibly data, but quite often 90% of the solutions are not technical. Data maybe is like 10% of it. And therefore, we have a real community problems of community NGOs, and then looking for solutions where data is just one of the possible ways to solve it.
I would just add on to that. I guess that kind of work is actually the implementation of any project that we do. That has to do with actually understanding the problem that we want to solve, and then getting the right people together and then working on data. One thing that we learned from implementing open up guides in whatever topic is we talk about interoperability of people first, and then interoperability of data. Because what happens when we are trying to implement when you're trying to work in any like thematic priority, it's like there's not just one office that deals with anti-corruption or with climate change, or you always have to gather a bunch of governmental offices there. And when we do these workshops, it might be the first time that they actually gather and understand that they are working together towards something. We've seen governmental offices both creating the same database, and they didn't know that the other one was doing that. So at first, you have to make people interoperate among themselves, and then we can talk about the data. So I'm guessing that thread that you asked is like the implementation of the whole process, trying to understand which are the technical bits, which are the like more social bits of the project. But as he said, like technology comes and data comes afterwards. We need to get that conversation going.
That's great. Well, thank you guys so much. We're in for a treat. We have a Ben. I'll invite you up to introduce the next panel. Thanks so much, you guys.
We are moving on to the next panel. So Ben, you're next.
Ben, Renata, Jamila, Silva. Good. Hello, everyone. There's no need to introductions, I guess. They all introduce themselves. If you want to know more data about them, look in the internet. It's available there. Google it. Google it. We'll try to make it very short, crispy, and we'll try to make the transition. This panel is about data, AI, and development. So it's a little bit of a step backwards, big picture. Laurent was talking this morning about the past 20 years. I would like to talk about the next 20 years. So let's hear the brief presentations that we have here to deliver, and then we'll open a bit of a discussion on the role of AI, data, and development. And I have a few questions to ask. So I know Renata has, I asked them for a brief points of their presentation, and Renata had development revisited. So I'm going to leave Renata for the end so that we link with the discussion. And so, Silvana, please.
Okay, I'm going to be the first one, so I'm going to be thinking about all the things that I haven't said and I should while everybody else is speaking. But, well, hello again. I don't know how many times I say hello, good morning, good afternoon today. I'm going to talk a little bit, very briefly, about some of the things that we are doing at ILDA with data, and particularly gender, and in particular gender-based violence. Because in general, one of the main topics that were discussed or is going to be discussed in this panel is about inclusion and diversity. And as was previously mentioned, I mean, I think Khalil and Nati were mentioning, we are a database organization. We are not specialists on feminicide or gender-based violence or anything like that. So the first thing that we did almost, I think 3 years ago, we started to discuss about this topic and how we as a data organization could do something about it. I mean, we are basically working in Latin America, and for those from Latin America, I don't have to tell you what gender-based violence is in this region. I know it's a problem in other regions, but...
By the way, yesterday in Mexico, there was a strike.
The strike. Yeah, we are in a particular week to talk about these issues. Thank you for that, Ben. So basically, I mean, as I was saying, I mean, we didn't know about the topic in particular, so we gathered with people working on different approaches to the topic, because it's not just that you are going to have a specialist on femicide. I mean, you need to think about different ways of approaching the topic, from the judicial system, the health system, security, gender-based specialists, civic technology, of course, and data. So we did that almost 3 years ago, and one of the things that was mentioned is that we need to think about a way to understand what is going on in the region. So by that, we need to work on some kind of a standardization of the data on femicide, because the regional exercises were as good or bad, depending on what each government wanted to report to the regional exercises. So we started to work on that, and again, we needed the input of the different specialists, so we just did the first version, but we needed the feedback from all of them. And with that, we did 2 workshops, one in Argentina and one here in Uruguay, in particular working with public officials in charge of gathering this type of data. And one of the things that we discovered is that this type of exercises, I mean, was not, again, as Khalil mentioned, a standard is not just a technical process or a technical exercise. It makes the organization and the people working on those organizations think about the data they are gathering, why, how, where they store it, who is accessing it, and how they're going to publish, if they're going to publish, or which type of access they're going to have. So in a way, I mean, the topic was an excuse to talk about data and how it's gathered and published and the different type of access. But in the case of this particular topic, we also discovered, we didn't know about that prior to working with public officials, is the need for protocols. I mean, it might sound silly how you are going to count one, but if you don't have a protocol, a written protocol about the process that you need to have to count one as one, in many cases that process is going to leave whenever the public official in charge of that is leaving as well. So that's very useful to know, and we work on that, and we had like a based protocol to help on that. The other thing were governance, data governance arrangement. I mean, to have, it was really difficult in a way, but it was really necessary to understand that there was one official voice at the end, but also they needed many arrangements in terms of different institutions in the way they were like interoperating and the way they were accessing different data, because again, this is a topic that is, they have the confluence is a word, of many organizations and many sectors, so you have a judicial system, you have security, you have health issues, and so on. Also, it makes us and them think about the gender biases that we have when collecting data. And I'm not going to go into detail, but in many cases, not only talking about femicide or gender-based violence, but talking about, for example, public procurement as well. You don't even have categories as sex binary categories, don't even mention gender-based categories. So that's something that we need to work on. For example, I mean, of course, you're going to have it when you're talking about gender-based violence, but for example, when you're talking about public procurement, maybe you have a lot of affirmative actions, but you don't know the results because you don't have those categories to assess the things that you're doing. And I want to just finish because I think I'm going like too long. There's a lot of things to do. I mean, we are not saying that we're going to solve the problem of violence or femicide in the region just by standardizing the data. The thing is, it's a necessary step, a first step, a basic step. Without that, I mean, it's very difficult to understand the situation. So there's many things to do, but at least this is just one basic step that you need to do. And again, in this particular case, it was about gender, it was about violence, but it could be about anything. Standardization help us, organizations, think and rethink the way they are gathering, accessing, and publishing data. And there are many things to keep working and studying. I mean, how machine learning technology can help some kind of prediction or automatization, not only for the public organizations, but also thinking about individual mappers doing things without any kind of resources or support, and also thinking about red flag mechanisms to try to avoid these issues. So a lot of things to do, but we are just thinking about the basic step, and data is an element, it's not the solution, it's not, I mean, a magic bullet, but it's just one basic step, at least to understand the situation in the region.
Thank you, Silvana, very much. Very nice, specific case. Jamila.
Thank you, Ben. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to talk a little bit of research we are developing at Derechos Digitales. We are basically in the moment of drafting the methodology, so I'll bring a little bit of the background of this research and some questions for us to discuss a bit further. We have acknowledged that we have several international guidance documents that are trying to deal with the issue of ethics and AI. However, they not necessarily reflect a consensus around the principles and how they should be interpreted when we think about particularly different stakeholders in this type of discussions. In spite of the amount of documents that are emerging from different countries and from different actors, they not necessarily, according to research, reflect a consensus on the topic. We have also seen that there is an underrepresentation of the Global South generally in the discussions about ethics and AI, and particularly of Latin American voices in this type of discussions that are largely driving the debate around this topic. In terms of regulation, we believe that an ethical approach can be a starting point for the discussion, but it does not satisfy the human rights standards for the implementation of AI solutions or other data-intensive technologies. We believe there is a need for a specific regulation to protect such rights, particularly in a region where several countries still lack an updated data protection framework. Despite this context, several countries in the region have advanced in the adoption or the drafting of AI strategies that try to deal with the possibilities and risks of implementing such technologies. In Latin America, we can mention Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Mexico, and Uruguay that have already taken some steps in this direction, mostly inspired by Global North initiatives. We can mention the OECD AI principles that were also adopted by several non-OECD members, such as Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Costa Rica, and Peru. But even in the absence of regulation, both in data protection or these more specific regulation around AI, countries have already promoted the adoption of automated decision systems at the public administration, usually through public-private partnerships. An initial mapping that we developed through literature review identified 20 projects for the use of automated decision-making systems to allegedly enhance state efficiency in responding to challenges in areas such as health, childcare, education, public security, access to justice, immigration, labor, transportation in 8 different countries. Most of them are developed under a rhetoric of promoting social good, but several of these initiatives we have seen emerge in the region target particularly vulnerable groups, exposing them to interventions that they are not able to consent with. These people have little autonomy regarding their participation or the possibility to appeal to decisions made based on information that they no longer have control on. This mapping that I mentioned, these 20 initiatives, does not include the several implementations of surveillance technologies based in algorithm decision-making, such as facial recognition, which are also rapidly spreading in the region, with little safeguards to citizens. Considering this scenario, we have dedicated to develop some in-depth case studies in different countries in the region to understand how these automated decision-making systems are being implemented at the public sector and their possible impacts in terms of discrimination and violation of fundamental rights. This research should evolve into a comparative analysis and a set of policy recommendations, and should orient our advocacy work on national policy making with evidence from the region, and also our efforts in trying to influence the international debate from a Global South perspective in order to address the power imbalances in the discourse related to that. Discourses that to the date are being shaped mainly from economically developed countries and risk neglecting local contexts and specific concerns, particularly in terms of discrimination and inequality. We are finalizing a research toolkit that will include analysis of several elements. Quickly mentioned the national context of implementation of the solutions, the regulatory and institutional context of implementation, the data infrastructure For instance, the source of the data, the characteristic, transparency and accountability mechanisms, etc. The decision-making processes with particular concerns around citizen participation, and the technological design of the system, including the existence of human rights impact analysis, efficiency considerations, audits, etc. So just to quickly finalize with some things for us to continue discussing. The idea of using AI for inclusion or for social benefits is being mobilized by several actors, including in Latin America, but all efforts in this direction, they must respect fundamental rights and never result in new forms of discrimination. And by this I mean that the balance that I see there is like this weight between development and human rights. They shouldn't be at extreme opposers. It's impossible for us to think about development that is not human rights respectful in our region. It's also fundamental that we can develop a critical approach to AI in the region and to consider less invasive alternatives to deal with the problem we're trying to address. We believe we cannot afford human rights and equality impacts of driving into utopian techno-solutionist perspectives. And evidence is fundamental for that. Research and evidence is fundamental for that. Regulation aligned with international human rights principles should aim at safeguarding human dignity, assuring individual and collective agency, and materializing equity and social justice. Privacy and data protection is a key component of this, but it does not end all of our concerns in terms of the risk these technologies may impose. Although data protection is not itself enough to provide proper control and supervision of AI implementations, that's a discussion that is ongoing where there is a debate on AI strategies, but they are fundamental to assure minimal control on the individual impacts that data-intensive technologies imply. So no AI implementation should be done without at least these minimum standards. As some questions I will leave, I guess we should think about the need for a global consensus on ethical principles for AI versus the role of local and regional considerations and context in their development. How to promote human rights respecting innovation in the region that can benefit from international developments, but do take into account local needs and challenges. And as I said, how to move beyond solutions that are based on intensive data collection from vulnerable communities and that imply greater control and new forms of exclusion. That's it.
Thank you, Jamila, very much. Renata, and then we open for discussions.
Thank you. So I want to ask a question to the room. Who will raise your hand if you think that China is going to lead the AI future? Raise your hand if you think it is the US. It's interesting because, and Europe? Okay, so it's very interesting because it is the problematic word here is race, because it is a rush, it is a push to, it is a matter of speed and who reaches the first place first. And when we talk about development, I think that we have been in this race, in this trap of speed and intensity for a long, long, long time. And the thing is that the AI systems of today are like extractive, restrictive, oppressive, patriarchal, and colonial. They remind me a lot, you know, like when I was studying history in school, all these AI initiatives, for instance, when the Spanish were designing the first towns, all the towns look the same in Latin America, even if it's, you know, it didn't reflect the people's, the climate, the environment, the richness of the local architecture, the environment. It were completely disconnected, like, you know, like copy-paste of a town in Spain into Guatemala or Uruguay or so on. And it's the same for our digital infrastructures and the way that this AI thing is being framed. And Basically, the premises are to grow, to scale, to dominate, to lead, and to get all the data they can from our people under the disguise of development, this connectivity that is pushed into Global South people. The key is there, and that's the very interesting thing, and the leverage that we are not using. Half of the population in the globe, they are not connected yet. And the systems, these systems, to become more efficient, to become really, truly global, need, for the first time, need us. At least data about us. And now, not only about us, but about them, about the disconnected. And I think that that's the key issue on this development thing, and I have seen the politics behind it. 2 years ago in Buenos Aires, there was a World Trade Organization ministerial summit, and it was so perverse, I will say, because under the flag of development, these powerful China and the US, united, were pushing developing countries to adopt this extract all, give us all your data approach, which is the raw material that we will need for the AI they need, but not for the AI we need. And so when I was preparing these 5 minutes of disruption, I was thinking of a systemic approaches to meaningfully include and meaningfully develop the AI our countries need. And then I realized new considerations that we are not discussing here. To fully take advantage of the AI superpower, you need supercomputers. I have a very exciting friend that many of you know, Paola Villarreal, in Mexico, now inside the Mexican government. And she told me a couple of weeks ago, we met for dinner in Mexico City, and she was like super excited because she had visited that day the supercomputer that Mexico has as a nation. Very few Global South nations have a supercomputer. Argentina has a supercomputer. Mexico has one, and I guess India and so on. And imagine the possibilities of, the divides of a country that has supercomputer power and a country that doesn't, but also the possibilities of doing something different with this infrastructure that is in place. And there's the role that we have abandoned and that we have been discussing a lot in this way forward of digital social innovation. We need the AI for development that I envision for the future, it has to be, I think, government-driven. We as civil society, we can afford Arduinos, we cannot afford the supercomputer. But it has to connect with civil society in a way that to sparkle a new push, a new generation of digital social innovation. And it has to be experimental, and it has to be scalable or horizontal, and I think that it needs to be across sectors involving different countries. For example, a quick example, it would be like an intervention on primary education. If all these kids in our countries using Google apps for the school are training the machines that will leave them without a job in the future. So it is interesting how, Uruguay is an excellent example, how we neglected those very rich digital commons that any public school system should have on identifying where the kids need the most support. And it's just an example of many areas where we could collaborate. I know that there's privacy implications with kids, but for example, with agriculture and so on, we are like letting the possibilities of something really powerful go. And I think that the main cause of this is our economic model and our development model. And there's lots of, and I know that it sounds really utopic, but we need some utopia here. There's a lot of conversation on the Green New Deal. I think that out of here, and during these 3 days, we could start thinking of a digital Green New Deal and what will be the future of data and AI on it. And adding a challenge to this, I think that we could start like flirting with ideas and testing crazy approaches that might have reception in this crazy group of people about a digital feminist Green New Deal. How will it look like? It might be interesting. And I think that we need also to make a big push. I mean, aid money, great. Aid assistance, good. But we need to make a big push to governments, because I think that the future of AI needs to be funded in the same way that public education was funded in the past. It's basic infrastructure. It's a key piece of sovereignty, and is probably one of the differentiating factors that will make us slaves or free nations in the future. It's as complicated as that. So meaningful investment, repurposing of institutions and infrastructure that we already have in place, international cooperation, and making it participatory, and pushing away all the arguments of efficiency, less resources, austerity, and one size fits all that had left us with a development that is not developing anything but the pockets of rich nations.
Well, she said it all. I have nothing else to add. No, I think it's an excellent complementary way of bringing the issues. Certainly, AI has been a way in which has placed many of us that had been working on this area for more than 20 years at a crossroad. This is a bit like the emergence of ICTs in general, or the internet as such. And it seems that AI is just reinforcing existing development models. The question is, does the planet and humanity will be able to survive this development model? Extractive, non-accounting for what we extract, inequity everywhere. Well, I don't need to mention the list of challenging aspects that this particular development model has. So AI in some ways seems to be just making it more efficient, more consolidated, more profound, speed up the processes in which we live. We end up getting sick because we eat junk food, industrialized junk food all the time, instead of paying attention to what we eat or how we live or what type of life we want. So I think this panel, in a way, I don't expect that we go into any kind of bright ideas or solutions, but just to place some questions or some issues that each of us, maybe in our own work every day, can start to ask whether I'm just fine-tuning the existing model and trying to make it better because I'm counteracting the negative, or I am working for a different type of development model in which we don't destroy nature and we generate inequity and we forget about half of humanity in the road of efficiency, productivity, and improvement and purchasing and consumption and so on and so on. So a bit of a step back, a bit of a big picture approach to issues of equity and inclusion. And I open the floor for comments, questions. We have 15 minutes to think out of the box or think in the blue. Yes. Lucia, women's first. We're not going to do a feminist thing because then we will be excluded from development. So it's inclusion of both genders.
Okay.
All genders. All genders.
first, sounds amazing, this idea of inclusive algorithm, inclusive technology. But at the end, at least from what I have seen in Latin America, seems so difficult nowadays. So even to compare this with education, no? Because there is some challenge that is, in generally, governments have been working in education for so many years that in a way they understand what they are doing. But when you are talking, yes, more or less, we want to believe that. But when you are talking about AI, when you are talking about technology, in generally, it's so difficult for government to have a conversation, a technical and policy conversation about that. So my question for Renata is, what do you propose for that? Because at the end, I'm thinking in the example of the big computer in Mexico, and the big computer is managed by an entity that's called Infotech that doesn't know what to do with this computer, and the computer have been without use for about, I don't know, I think 3-4 years. So that's amazing.
Do you want to take many? Or? Okay, so. Ah.
Yes, go ahead. Let's take a few.
Okay. Yeah, so continuing on that line, I'm interested to get your thoughts, all three of you, on how to jump from gender-inclusive solutions to gender-responsive solutions, and how is it that proactively we can generate solutions that are actually targeted for those that are not represented. And it can be from a public policy making perspective, from a like market standpoint, even from citizen activism, because sometimes we see movements happening, but they are still launched, designed, and created following the biases of the past.
Yeah, my question is actually for Jamila. So one of the things that I've found when it comes to ethics and AI is that, especially in terms of like at university, these are two separate different courses. So when we were trying to find people to discuss AI and ethics, we didn't find anybody who actually studied both or thought about either both. So you'd have computer science, who doesn't touch anything on ethics, and then you'd have the social sciences, and there'd be, you know, like at least a semester worth of ethics. So I'm just wondering, is that would, for example, have such an ethics component, for example, in AI or in computer science, would that help in terms of enabling people to start thinking about ethics and have more people involved in ethics and AI? Yeah, so yeah, that's just my question. Yeah.
Sorry. I know I'm asking a little bit too much, but I find it fascinating, the question. I think you three mentioned two things that we are actually doing in ITS, and I find it fantastic how in sync we are. So you mentioned connecting technology, technological aspects of human rights and the field of climate in general, and feminism. Those are two interesting aspects. My question is in that direction. I think I could comment on that. My is going to be in this direction. So you think a multilateral view, a multi-sectorial view, and multi-stakeholder view would be a better way to continue this discussion on not only ethics and AI, but regulation in general in AI from a global south perspective. What I'm saying, I find it fascinating that you mentioned that we're still being colonized. And I think, is it a way to go forward, leaving this social, technical, and regulatory colonization that we are feeling today, if we make a multi-sector, multi-stakeholder governance on new technologies in data in general, not only AI, but new technologies in general. What do you think about that? Thank you.
Good. Okay, let's start with Jamila that has a specific question and then we go to the two of you.
Okay, I'll try. About how to integrate the discussions on AI and ethics from the academia, let's say, perspective. I guess that's not only AI and ethics, but I believe when we start discussing, for instance, human rights by design, privacy by design technologies, that is more and more fundamental to have some type of integration. I wouldn't go further on how this could be done, but I can imagine several ways in which this could be integrated during the university, either by extension projects, research projects, and promoting this type of dialogues. But I think this is key, even to think about what you were asking before on moving from gender inclusive to gender responsive solutions. But more than that, I guess while this is a great challenge and it might take some time into you are actually able to integrate fields in a more interdisciplinary way, it's fundamental that we make sure that these projects, at least the ideal thing is that either at the private and the public sector, they integrate multidisciplinary groups and teams, and that you make sure that you have all the possibilities for participation, for public participation and citizen participation, especially when we're talking about initiatives that are being taken from the public administrations, from the design. And that means from the definition of the problem itself, that it will be targeted, into the design of the solution, how it will be implemented, how it will be monitored, how it will be audited. But you have to make sure that you have public participation in all these elements of the project, but also that is not enough to protect the project from being abusive or discriminatory, or from deepening social inequalities, existing social inequalities. You also need other levels of regulation and supervision to make sure that you make that margin a bit more strict or little. I guess that would be my reaction. And I guess you were asking about multi-stakeholder participation. I believe that's also key when talking about that, although I believe we have a lot to think about when we think about multi-stakeholder participation and how each actor can actually influence on the results of policy making and all initiatives. I guess we have some challenges. We already have experience on that, at least in Brazil, and we have seen some challenges on how power imbalances also play a role in multi-stakeholder participation. So I will leave that as something that we have to continue thinking about.
Before Renata answers, one issue that, just to contribute to your question, we had here in Uruguay last year in November a conference, a regional conference called KIPU. KIPU was the largest AI technical conference in the region. One of the most attended sessions in the whole conference was the social science aspects of AI. They were all hard-wired nerds sitting there trying to learn. So next year we're proposing that we do a joint conference with social scientists contributing to this conference. And we also have an IDRC project that Fabricio Hilda is leading along with Centro Latam Digital on AI. And one of the things that the project is trying to do is to get the technical, social science, and policymaker community to talk to each other so that they could understand the issues, limitations, technical limitations, ethical issues, and so on and so on. So I think there are ways in which those communities should start or could start talking to each other. Renata, I think you have a question from...
Yeah, I think that I will merge all the questions. And I have to say that it's going to be very difficult. It's going to be very difficult because we are not dealing with easy times. You know, it was not beginning of the millennium that we were so excited and so on. We are dealing with a democracy and technology crisis, an inequality crisis that is only increasing, and an economic crisis around the corner, and the climate crisis that is threatening our existence. Basically, we are in trouble. But I think that at the most difficult moments is when we come up with the best solutions. And I think that that's the important thing, that we have this big ball like a fire right here. And inaction is not an option. Thinking that it doesn't exist, it is not an option. And thinking of just small elements of that ball about to hit us is not an option either. We need to attack, we need to really think of systemic changes, and we need to take into consideration the superpowers that we have today, the potential power of collective data and collective action that can get us out of all of it. And I think that the first step is one of a narrative of the possible and a narrative of hope. Because I think that if we think there is something out of reach and that we will never be able to even use that supercomputer in Argentina or in Mexico, it is the negative approach. I think that academia can help us a lot with it. I mean, academia has been co-opted in the recent years by corporations and by the bad side. We need to take it back to start, have a social purpose in academia and have this push with the evidence in hand. But it's also a matter of politics. I think that we need to integrate all of these discussions in the list of political demands and get closer to political parties. I know that this is not a space. I mean, it's a research space, but I think that we cannot neglect the political as citizens. And it has to be easy to understand, very simple. The politician needs to see the political gain of these hacks and these interventions that they can do. Also, I think that I was referring to experimentation. We need to show how it is done because it's so abstract. So we need to push, at least at some level of the public administration, pilots, experimentation with this. And even better is if it's done by 2 countries or by 2 municipalities. I believe in the power of municipal action, and I think the municipalities and cities can invest in this. Barcelona has done it. I think that a city like Mexico or a city like Montevideo can jump in. Seizing moments for gender-responsive solutions is Beijing plus 25 all this year. Our list of demands on how to design the technological future should be included should be at the desk of each and every government. So to push for both the generation equality agenda and the Beijing plus 25 agenda, because technology is barely mentioned. And we need to draft an intersectorial positive agenda. I think that we have listed all the things that we dislike. We need to move from the dislikes to what we want to do. And what we want to do in the social and in the development sector. And that should be our guiding list of actions. And make it mainstream and popular.
Pass on the mic.
Thank you, Ben. Sorry, Renata. I want just to mention one small brief thing, is that while we are thinking about all the big changes that we need to think about in the system and so on, I think there are small things that we can do to make things better, because one of the things that I was thinking while listening to all the conversations was about education and capacity building. I mean, I'm not thinking only about technology. I mean, when we are talking about supercomputers, but then in the same country you have a small public organization where, sharing one computer within all the employees, and maybe most of them don't have even the knowledge to turn on the computer and do something with it. So all the gaps that we have, a small thing that we can do is think about how capacity building and education can start filling that gap while we are thinking about all the big changes. And I'm not only thinking about technology, I'm also thinking about other types of education. For example, gender-based education. When we are talking about, the gender responsive thing, and we are talking about artificial intelligence, the data is the input for that algorithm. If we are replicating the biases in that data, we are going to still be replicating the biases in the outputs, in the algorithm, and the things that we are getting from there. So not only thinking about technology, thinking about other topics that we can work on to help improve the things that we have and to start filling the gap that we have in any of the things that we are working on.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. We are 3 minutes beyond time. Yamila asked for 1 minute to wrap up. I'm thinking whether I'm processing the data to see if I allow it or not. But I think I will, so 1 minute each to wrap it up.
Thank you, Ben. I wanted very quickly to jump into the discussion around development, just to stress again that technology and data are being used and integrated right now in Latin America to limit the access of the most vulnerable people to basic services or to control their access to social benefits. And for instance, through biometric control, to the implementation of facial recognition cameras in public transportation to identify and better control the use of social benefits that's happening in Brazil, biometric control to access to food and basic medication in Venezuela that's happening right now. And I think it's urgent, beyond all the discussions on how difficult that can be, it's urgent that we try to recover the memory of other models for development that we have already developed here in the region and that they're not far away from our present right now. I think they can be good inspiration on how to try to start to move on into another direction, and always considering that any type of development should be very careful on fundamental rights and human rights respectful.
Digital, feminist, Green New Deal from the Global South. If you want to discuss about it, if you have ideas on how to do it, find me during these 2 days, and we might come up with a draft.
Just one last thing that I was thinking while talking before is like we are talking about many multi-stakeholders, multi-different approaches or whatever. One thing, we need clear governance arrangement. We need to think about in any type of participation, who is going to say what and so on, and who is going to access whatever data you have available. And the other thing, when we are thinking about participation in any of these types of arrangements, thinking about roles and not just numbers. You can see that in many types of participation. You have, I don't know, 50 women and 50 men. Okay, what are the women doing? They are serving coffee. Well, that's not enough. So we need to think about roles, not just numbers.
Thank you.
Join me in an applause to these gender warriors, data warriors.
Thank you very much to our panelists and to our moderator. And now, I know this has been a very, very long session, so please stand up. Please stand up. Now that you are standing up, feeling your scent. No, hang on. Like, now you're standing up, and then do this with me. Yeah. No, that you have to do it. Yeah. Yeah. So I get to do this just for fun, and because I can, basically, which is terrible. But what I have for you now is coffee. Coffee? Yes, yes. Yeah. But before you go to coffee, you will come back after your coffee to your groups, and then we have instructions over there, which hopefully will get you in the mood of drawing. We want you to draw 5 minutes on your own, 5 minutes on your own, about examples, stories of data being used to drive development outcomes and social good. In short, we want you to draw some good story if you have one. If you don't have one, don't. But please try to find in your heart a little piece of goodness and draw it. And then we would like you to discuss in your own group. Drawing is possible. You can also
it, but try to draw. How do you foresee the evolution of AI and data use for development? If you want to pick a sector, namely education, namely, it's something that could gender, something that helps you to advance the question, that's fine. And then, this is something you can note, you can draw as well, it's up to you, to think and reflect, if everyone is included in this future you have imagined together. So this is a more creative exercise in the afternoon. Hopefully you will, your drawings and your notes will be clear to us, so because we want to document them. And then, yes, go to coffee and then come back to your groups. We will be waiting for you with pieces of papers and Sharpies ready to draw. Thank you.
Hello. We kindly invite you to get back to your groups so we can go on with the conversation, actually the drawing. We'll keep the same group distribution, so if you were on group 1, now you remain on the same. We are going to have a moment later, Fernando, to look at the drawings, to review them. We are going to have a moment later to review what Sofia has been doing. Same groups. Yep. Yes. No, as you, yes, as you think yourself, you can actually draw better. Yes.
So pick up, if you don't have a Sharpie or you need tools to draw, please let us know. You can also write, but please try drawing. You're group 4. No, every group has to draw. Yes. But first, the first exercise is on your own. You have your own drawing moment on that wall. On the wall. You have your own drawing moment on the wall. Pick up a Sharpie, don't be shy. Look into your heart for a good data story. Look into your heart. Look into your heart for a good data story. Draw it. Connect with your inner child. Is that an option? Oh, you don't, no, it's okay. You can draw it. You can do a formula. You won't be judged. You won't be judged. We are a very non-judgmental group. Yep, just go to the wall and draw. Yes, everyone on the same. Yes, ideally a story, a good data story, something that we can identify as a good thing. You can, if you cannot draw it, you can name it, but drawing is nice. Exercise your drawing. You can also do lines like I used to draw. Sticks are allowed. If your skills in drawing involve sticks are allowed.
tiene que estar muy bien hecho para como que no me di cuenta que me estás haciendo hacer algo.
Hacer cosas que no quiero.
Claro, o sea, hacer, inventar, ¿qué significan estos antigüedad? Se me cayó la edad así. Estos legos quieren decir, no sé qué, el universo y su devenir. No.
La persigue de acá presente y pasado. Edo Bejar Elías a la vez.
Qué lindo. No se envidia.
So by now, you already are into your own drawing, or you already did that, and you are started to get a collective drawing together, something together. How do you foresee the evolution of AI and data use for development? You can now nominate your best drawer, drawing person, but this is something you collectively Sophia is not available, unfortunately, but but Sophia can help. Sophia can help. So by now you are doing this in a collective fashion. By now you are doing this in a collective fashion, and you can pick a sector if you want. You are drawing together, or you are getting someone to draw for you. This is a great opportunity, getting someone for you.
5 more minutes.
Colleagues, I know you are now busy drawing and discussing your drawings. I will encourage you to take a step back to your drawings and have a look and reflect on what you have been drawing and discussing, which later on we are going to show. And I encourage you to come back to the circle, to the semicircle. I encourage you to leave your work of art and come back to the table, to the semicircle, bring back your chairs. For our last session, I know it was really hard to convince you to draw, but now you seem very excited about it. That's interesting. Good, good, good.
Sorry. We have to stop you. Kindly ask you to drop the Sharpies.
Drop your Sharpies now.
Okay, everyone who has a Sharpie on the hand pays for the beer.
And we kindly ask our next panelists, Piru, Chris, Ramiro, and Priscilla, to join us. No. We are going to come back later at the end. We are going to ask people to go around. We are going. Yes, we are going to the semicircle again for our last session, and then we are going to have a contemplation model. Please applaud yourself for your work of art. It's been a hard work. And most of you had to overcome initial fear about drawing, and you start drawing together. So congratulations. They are laughing. So we kindly ask our panelists, Priscilla, Ramiro, Chris, to join Silvana. And to the rest of us, we come back to our circle or semicircle. Actually, it's more like a new shape circle. Exactly. So in this session, we get to understand a bit more about specific uses of AI and data in specific areas. And, sí, señora. And I'm going to let my colleague, Silvana Fumega, to introduce our panelists and this panel, which is the last session of the day.
Yeah, it was really surprising. I mean, at the beginning, nobody wanted to draw anything, and now you couldn't leave them. I mean, like, spectacular. I mean, we are gonna keep going with the last panel of the day. Then we are wrapping up, and we're gonna look at the art in our walls. But first of all, we want to discuss a little bit about some of the examples of the use of data and AI in topics like gender work and fighting misinformation. Sorry, I mean, at this hour, I mean, my pronunciation is getting worse and worse. And for that, we have 4 amazing speakers. I mean, Piru, Chris, Ramiro, and Priscilla. I'm not going to introduce them as they already introduced themselves at the beginning, and maybe they want to introduce a little bit about their work now. So maybe we can start from the top and come in here, and then we are going to have a few questions from me and from you to discuss a little bit more about the examples they are presenting. Ramiro, if you want to start.
Okay, thanks. First, let me talk a little about my background. I feel a little outsider here because my main focus is development and structural change. But as AI now is becoming a very important technology for understanding technological change, job creation, and so on. I'm now also working and trying to understand this new technology and its impacts. Why we economists are now looking at AI? Because now we believe that AI is a general purpose technology. These type of technologies that are or has the potential to change everything around us, such as electricity or the ICTs. These general purpose technologies can be applied to different contexts, but the most important thing is that they are innovation that allow us to innovate, right? This idea that we create something that open new spaces for new products, for new processes, for new market organizations. This is not usual. I mean, we have a lot of technologies around, but AI is kind of different in that respect. In particular, we are leading a project funded by IDRC on the future of work in the Global South, where we are trying to understand the challenges and the tensions around these new technologies in terms of the quantity of employment, or the idea of technological unemployment, of wages and skills, and working conditions, right? So we are creating new data, new research, and new policy recommendations on these issues. So again, I feel a little that I'm going to comment on new issues, maybe, or novel issues in this day. I think that when Fernando presented all these data as infrastructure, data governance, for me, I mean, I think that we need to add data as a key input in economic activity. For us economists, that's, yes, no, but that's like a line of research that maybe you can explore now, because for the first time with AI, we are using data as the most important input in the production process. That's something new. Maybe in the past it was these big tech companies, but now it is true for every firm, not only traditional tech companies or suppliers of technology. This is something really new. How it is challenging or affecting labor markets, I think that we need to think of AI as a new form of capitalism. Maybe it's too much, but I have been creative there, so but I mean, we had this Manchester capitalism, this Detroit capitalism, Silicon Valley. Now we are entering into a new phase. Maybe it's Silicon Valley Mark II, maybe it's, where is Renata? Maybe it's Beijing capitalism, I don't know, but this is something new again. The way we produce, all economic processes are changing, tasks are being rearranged in order to create data-rich environments in each firm. This is something totally new. AI is opening new economic spaces, also new products that has the particularity that these goods can be created at zero marginal cost. That's something new too, really, and this has far-reaching implications for labor markets. And of course, we are reorganizing activities toward platforms instead of big firms, as it used to be the case about 3 or 4 decades ago. So I think that these 3 changes fueled by AI are changing the economy, the society, but the economy, I mean, fundamentally. And AI is creating this new division of labor between capital and humans. And again, we need to rethink about skills now, because we know, okay, digital skills, okay, but now we need to think about tasks that can be performed only by humans. And it has to do with soft skills, with different skills that go well beyond knowing how to use or how to program, right? So I think that this is really important. Now, when we try to take a view from the South, what we see is that the AI revolution is being created out there in the North. But here we are still trying to understand the meaning of AI and how it can be useful inside firms. So we conducted a survey in many countries in the global south. And just to give you an idea, instead of just asking, okay, are you using some AI? No, we say, we try to map specific AI-powered technologies that create changes in the tasks that are performed by humans or machines. And we find that, for example, in Germany, 1 every 3 firms are using some of these AI technologies. For example, I don't know, digital twins in product development, or other technologies. But in Argentina, for example, it's just 3% of firms. In Brazil, 4%. In Ghana, 0.3%. So what I'm saying is that I agree with you, we can discuss our role as users, we people, we individuals. But in order to increase productivity, sorry, Renata, about that. I want to increase productivity in Latin America. In order to increase productivity, we need to have technology inside firms. We need to have dynamic firms investing and creating this transformation. And we are failing. When we check, we ask the obstacles, they talk about public goods, the high-class firms. They talk about complementaries that are missing, skills, financing, like the upper middle class of firms. And then we have problems inside firms, the lack of knowledge about the technology. They just think that they're robots, as you said tomorrow in the morning. They said, no, they are just, I don't want a robot here in my firm. No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about intelligent systems, data, algorithms, and people, right? So I think that we need to work a lot on building narratives for different audiences, for different firms. And let me just finish with one idea of why we need to work together. Everyone involved in AI, I think that we have been talking about that in the morning and now. I think that we need to rethink about this idea of Herbert Simon of the sciences of the artificial, right? This idea of that we need to work together. I mean, thinking about jobs, thinking about ethics, thinking about privacy, because then we will have one implementation in real life. And all the problems will come together. It's not just the way we organize knowledge. So I think that we need to work together, even if it is hard, it's the only way we can create this technological change for all.
Thank you, Ramiro. We are gonna, just think about all the questions that you have because I'm doing the same thing. Just write them down, and at the end, we are gonna have all the questions for all the panelists. Piru, your turn.
Hi, everyone. I'm Prue, and I just want to set a little bit of background about where I'm coming and why I'm talking about what I'm going to talk about, because we manage the Open Development Initiative, and we predominantly work with communities in Southeast Asia, specifically Myanmar, Thailand, Laos, Vietnam, and Cambodia. And there's a lot of heterogeneity within those 5 countries, but we are specifically working with women and marginalized women in ethnic communities. So indigenous or ethnic communities who are disenfranchised or disconnected generally. And recently we've been doing studies on how women engage with data. So we actually did look at urban women in comparison to rural women and of different ethnicities. And we're working with indigenous peoples who are facing lots of persecution against them for various human rights violations and land grabs. So in the context of this discussion of data and AI, I have to say that one of the main findings that we discovered during our research and our work with these marginalized communities is that they don't even know what data is, frankly. They probably never even heard of the term AI. When I ask them, have you engaged in any activities? No. Do people come to your communities to do research? Yes. Do they ask you questions? Yes. Do you respond? Sometimes. That, I think, is progress since 10 years before. So people are actually questioning these outsiders who are coming in and collecting data from these communities. So within that context, when we're working with indigenous communities in Southeast Asia, and specifically in the Mekong region, the three largest emerging trends, I think, that have come, which I think apply to these communities, but in Southeast Asia in general, can be applicable to the mainstream communities as well. So the three emerging trends are the closing cultural settings that continue to constrain civic space, the expanding digital divides that are leaving vulnerable and marginalized people behind, and lastly, the presumption that the digital space needs to be online and connected. And so I'm going to start with the last one, that the digital data can be digitized, but it doesn't necessarily need to be online. And it doesn't necessarily need to be connected. And one of the things that we have discovered is that development within the Mekong is extremely economically driven. And this translates to the development of technologies within the region that's not necessarily applicable to the national context. And so when Asia is so heterogeneous and there's so many ethnic and indigenous minorities that are distinct from mainland populations, it means that this technology is completely useless for probably 70% of the population that live outside of urban areas across the region. So we're looking at a very small percentage of the population that is benefiting from data and informatics in general. And then when you think about indigenous communities, the way they understand data and knowledge and conceptualize information is very unique and different to most general world views. And therefore, the technologies that are being introduced or used are not actually representative of these cultures and traditions and ways of thinking. And so I think there's a danger there in that a lot of this data and knowledge that's been captured digitally is being captured in a way that is not applicable to them, but also without their consent. And to what extent is that then being used against them? And unfortunately, what we found in Southeast Asia is that these disenfranchised communities, a lot of that data that's being collected is being used against them. And it's being used against them violently in many circumstances. And so there are lots of opportunities to shift this model within this context. And I think we have to think about alternative models of how communities can use technology to self-determine themselves and control and govern their own data. And we've been working with communities on indigenous data sovereignty, which looks at the principles of how indigenous peoples can collect and manage their own data for their own personal benefit, have authority and control over that data, manage it responsibly and ethically within their own traditional practices. This has been really hard to do because it challenges the top-down models that are being implemented within the region. The very extractive and biased data collection processes from every sector, private, public, CSOs, academics, researchers. But without this, and without an understanding of how we're actually causing or contributing to their disenfranchising them from mainstream society, we really can't address the problems. And I think there's a lot of approaches globally that we can see in smaller case studies that have worked, and we're trying to develop those in Southeast Asia. One of the main barriers, of course, is the closing space. And so that closing civic space that Karel mentioned is driven by an unsharing secret society of control of the elites within the region. And it's generating a low trust environment, and a low trust environment where nobody actually knows who is the authority on the data. So even within government systems and within ministries, there are silos that are horizontal and vertical. So within government departments, this makes it really challenging to know who is the authority on this data and where does it come from. And when data quality is so poor within Southeast Asia, that makes the situation even more complex. And it increases the lack of transparency around data and information and access to that data and information, which then compounds access to justice issues. So this constrained space continually disenfranchises these communities, and it also marginalizes women because it's also a pretext around cultural norms. And cultural norms in Southeast Asia are still very traditional and patriarchal and sexist. And so these systems get re-emphasized, and so therefore women find it very hard to engage and also to speak out and against any of these patriarchal societies. And the last is the digital divide, which I won't go into too much detail because I think everybody is aware that the digital divide is growing. And one of the greatest examples is the leapfrog in technology in Myanmar. So Myanmar went from 10% SIM card registration in 2013 to 105% in 2018. It's a huge leapfrog. The majority of that registration was men, of course. It's a ratio of approximately 70 to 30. And regardless of the harassment and misinformation scandals around Facebook recently, the Economist did the 3I index on internet inclusiveness, and they reported a 56% increase in internet trust between 2018 and 2019. The global trend is declining in internet trust. So how do you explain Myanmar having such a leap in trust in internet? And then you look at the survey methodology on how they gathered the data and information, and then you realize that it's not actually reflective of the entire population. It's actually a survey of only urban, rural connected communities who have access to data and information. And so they acknowledge that it's not a true representation. And then we are using these global data collection models and indexes to make decisions. And I think this is something that is being applied to less developed countries where it's completely not applicable.
I think we
and
have
so,
to wrap
yes,
up.
Sorry.
So they have some time to speak as well.
So yeah, the digital divide is not being addressed. That's my last comment.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the next two speakers to stick to the 5 minutes, so we have a few minutes for questions. So Chris, please, your turn.
Yeah, sure. I'll be even less than 5 if I can.
Okay, thank you for that.
Yeah, so I'm from, for those who don't know or didn't catch my introduction, when we did Icebreakers, I'm from an organization called the Sentinel Project. So we focus on assisting communities at risk of mass atrocities, which is why our areas of interest relative to the topic here are misinformation, as it says on the screen, and hate speech as well, which both are relevant within the realm of AI and machine learning because both are applicable on the sides of people who aim to proliferate that type of harmful content and to incite violence or erode societal trust and democracy, but they're also potentially useful for people on the other side looking to counter the spread of that harmful content. So this is particularly relevant, again, on both sides, whether you're pro-hate speech and misinformation or anti-hate speech and misinformation, in terms of scaling, because these technologies potentially enable us to do things that up until fairly recently were entirely human-driven activities, whether you're coordinating a disinformation campaign, or on the other side trying to monitor and counter hate speech. So what I'm going to do here is just focus, as I kind of quickly go through things, on more the potential applications. So, you know, as I've mentioned, there's a lot of great potential. it has a long way to go. And similarly, our research on these things has a long way to go. So a lot of, especially when it comes to our project right now, looking at how AI can be used in the realm of hate speech monitoring, that's in a very early stage. So we don't really necessarily have a lot of answers to that question so far. It's more sort of general ideas and yeah, questions, essentially, that have yet to be answered. Again, just kind of like, I guess for a quick background, the big driving force behind starting to look at these technologies for us is that we've had a lot of experience working on the ground with communities in very low connectivity kind of environments where for a lot, the majority of people, the greatest degree of connectivity they have is using voice calls or SMS, maybe Facebook for a sizable minority, but still a minority nonetheless in a lot of these places. But then we've started to kind of look ahead at where the world is going, and especially over the last few years with the way that misinformation in particular, but also hate speech, and they're closely linked sort of phenomena that are not so easy to separate into two discrete categories, how relevant they've become all around the world, including in much more digitally connected countries. So if we're going to go from working in communities of tens of thousands to, or maybe hundreds of thousands of people to societies of tens of millions of people, and try to do the same kind of work at scale without also having a huge growth in human labor to do this sort of work, then it's going to require some degree of automation. So the kind of, to run through, I've got basically 7 key points that I'll just run through quickly here that in my notes I've kind of called findings, although I wouldn't necessarily say that these are findings in any definitive source, but sort of, either questions we're trying to answer, observations we've made, or sort of common sense, you could say, conclusions that we're trying to validate through the research. So one I've actually already touched on, which is that some degree of automation in some form is necessary for scaling. When it comes to what exactly that's automating, what we're looking at typically is mostly supporting the monitoring of this kind of harmful content in an online environment. So if we think of, for example, dealing with misinformation, where there's kind of a 3-stage process of monitoring, verification, and then counter-messaging, all of those are tricky to do as a human. All of those are tricky to do as a piece of software. The easiest one, though, still, relatively speaking, is monitoring. So once it goes beyond that, and really even at that stage, it will always be critical to have some form of human involvement and judgment as a part of the process, especially because the types of phenomena we're talking about are very contextually, very context-based, contextually influenced, very dependent on language, local culture, etc. So there always has to be human involvement. It will be, I'm sure, decades before AI ever reaches the point where it has that kind of sophistication, and even then training it requires a lot of human involvement. Then just wrapping up technology, really here kind of by extension of that is what we're doing is not necessarily trying to replace humans as fulfilling these kinds of roles, but more to reduce the workload, both in quantity and kind of intensity or impactfulness for humans doing it. So, there have been a lot of reports of people who work as moderators, for example, for Facebook, essentially developing PTSD because the kinds of content they look at all day, every day. So theoretically, by using a technological filter to only have them focus on the most critical cases, that can improve the effectiveness and kind of quality of life for the humans who are doing this work as well. When we look at verification, that's going to be technically challenging. It's hard enough to, let's say, get a piece of software to recognize a rumor that's circulating online, let alone to have it then investigate that in a definitive way without some kind of human involvement. And then lastly, that sort of third stage that I mentioned of countermeasures, once you've recognized a piece of misinformation, verified it as being such, and then have to actually do something to address it with a human audience, that becomes especially tricky. And then there are also really important ethical and social questions that rise around that, such as whether or not we really want to have AI, let's say, crafting what is essentially content targeted at influencing populations and the way that they think about or perceive the world and that sort of thing. So that, I think, is a big ethical question, assuming that the technology ever reaches that point of whether or not we should or want to use the technology in that way, even if it could be arguably socially beneficial.
Thank you so much, Chris, and thank you for sticking to the time. Priscilla, your turn.
I'll try my best.
Thank you.
You took 7 minutes, by the way. Okay. So we work at the intersection of business, communities, and tech ethics. I represent 3 organizations, 10x Impact, which is an impact innovation agency, basically generating solutions that are technology-based to societal and environmental issues. We work with 2 main partnerships, Singularity University and Women in AI. And the reason why we work with the private sector mostly is because we think they have to be included in this conversation. It's a missed opportunity to have these discussions without corporations here. And one of the main reasons is because we strongly believe they hold the potential, the resources, and the data to make these solutions scale fast, to help governments quickly, and to, in a very romantic way, change the way the world looks. So it was mentioned earlier that perhaps corporations were working on simpler issues versus governments, and I think it's the opposite way. There are organizations, private businesses that are working on solving the world's greatest challenges, like making us a multi-planetary species or eradicating diseases, and it's all coming from private investment. So it's not necessarily a thing of an issue of simple solutions versus very complex issues that governments are dealing with. I think it's a matter of governments dealing with day-to-day things and not some governments, and not being able to be very forward-looking. And corporations that are working in silos without any regulation and without any incentive to share a piece of that pie. So how can we incentivize private investment to also solve these world issues, and how to create this ecosystem where this quadruple helix is actually working? So we have governments, private sector, civil society, and academia. So that's what we are attempting to do. Sometimes it works, most times it doesn't. And some examples of this that have become lessons learned, and from there, very successful solutions. Back in 2016, we were partnering with the international development sector in creating a monitoring and evaluation platform in Eastern Africa that could help us identify solutions for very specific vulnerable communities that could eventually lead to jobs being generated for women, and also health solutions to be targeted to specific communities. And then after several months of capturing that data, in an anonymous way, of course, we went to the government of Uganda and presented this as something that could potentially evolve into a project. We also accompanied that with funding to push the project forward. And the government was not interested. They didn't have the capacity. They couldn't see beyond their next election. So it was very frustrating not being able to move forward with a project like this. So one of the ideas on the table was, let's present this, let's pitch this to private sector. And then our donors completely rejected that idea. And the reason why they rejected it was because they didn't trust private sector. They didn't trust the businesses. So the thing is that we don't trust private businesses, even with anonymized data,
but we trust governments and their capacity to do something with that data, even when we know they can't in some cases. But then on the other side, we as individuals don't trust governments. We don't want to share the data, and we are willingly giving away our data to big corporations. So this paradigm that we're at needs to be shifted. We need to learn how to put everyone around the table and start having conversations. So the discussion on regulation from our perspective is it's very linear. It's still very much attached to past paradigms and to past issues. It's not a visionary perspective to look at the future. And we would like to propose then for these ecosystems to be built based on trust and based on decentralization as well. So that's why most of the conversations from our group this morning have been around decentralized solutions and strategies. We are contributing, for instance, with a company that it's generating DNA sequencing for the Latin genome. And it's been a great debate. It's been a very intense and heated conversation because nobody should be willingly giving out their genome data because you don't know what companies, big companies, are going to do with it. But then what if you are willingly giving it out to a platform where you can own your DNA data, you can sell your DNA data, you can monetize from it, and then big corporations buy it because they're interested in generating solutions based for your specific genome. So that's one idea that it might very well be a complete failure, or it might work, and we're experimenting with it. Another experimentation that we're doing is with work and gender. In Costa Rica, we're partnering with private sector, government, and international development to build a massive platform that could allow people to obtain new skills for the future, to self-generate their own work, and this is going to potentially disrupt the traditional education system. And I don't have any more time, so I'm done.
Thank you. I have too many questions, but I'm gonna try to limit myself, and I'm gonna take a couple of questions from the audience, and just to wrap up after the questions, I want to ask all four of you to think about just one single key question in your area of work that we need to address, that we need to go deeper, that we need to try to think about. While you're thinking about that, I'm gonna go to the audience who has a question for these amazing speakers. Maurice.
So, Priscilla, I'm quite interested in what you've just outlined, and I'm curious as to what strategies you use to broker that dialogue between the private sector and the public sector towards collaborative approaches, because very often there's mistrust between those two, and it typically takes, like in our case, a non-threatening entity like academia to help to broker that. So just give me a sense of how you're managing that engagement between those two spaces.
Here?
Thank you. This is sort of a comment, but I guess it's directed at Ramiro. I think you've highlighted some of the kind of discontinuities and the disruptions that occur with advancing technologies. I think what we've got again is a kind of ahistoricism, a lack of drawing on the extensive literature we have on innovation associated with advanced capitalism. So we've just adopted this kind of fourth industrial revolution concept of the world without looking at, I mean, you know, the big rich literature, like the quantitative waves that we're meant to be looking at, which are exactly about looking at impacts of technology on advancing capitalism at various stages. And also as a result of that, often the conflation of AI with datafication more generally. So there's this kind of, we've all got to look at AI, but actually AI is part of an evolution of technologies that in many of our countries, we're still dealing with the kind of preconditions of the second industrial revolution, if you define it in that way. Contradict doesn't just define it in that way. But that we're still dealing with problems of electrification, etc. So yes, AI may be a general purpose technology in the future, and I think it's likely to be a general purpose technology in that sense that it will affect all sectors equally or across the board. But the point is we haven't got there. And the point, in many of our countries, certainly in many of our African countries, we haven't got there. And we kind of focus on the new parts of disruption, but we don't look at the continuities that actually the first and second and third and fourth wave, if you believe those kinds of waves, build on each other. And so just look at the potential impacts of that on productivity and efficiency, etc., which will invariably arrive at certain costs. We need to look at what isn't in place. So, for example, in our work on micro work that will draw into the Future of Work project, we could basically not comment on micro work in Africa because there were such few limited instances. It's not so surprising when the country that's most vaunted by the banks, etc., Rwanda, actually has in 2018 had less than 10% internet penetration. It's not surprising then that you've only got 7 instances of micro work because basically people aren't online. And then if they are online in Africa, basically they're doing manual work that's being sourced off a thing. So, it seems to me like we've diverted our resources and our attention to artificial intelligence, which of course we have to pay attention to, and it's there, but we're not kind of focusing on the developmental lags that are going to be able to allow us to use the new technologies in the way that was spoken about earlier, in this kind of very positive way, because we're not addressing those. We're going to continue to carry through those inequalities, and they're just going to get bigger and more amplified as we add new layers of technology on top of them.
Thank you. Just Arturo, if it's a quick question. Okay.
Okay, quick question. Okay, so a short comment and then a quick question. So the short comment and no, I just can't. I mean, Priscilla was very controversial, I think. I have a question for all of you, but on Priscilla's, I think that, we're a little, I've been working or, on the other side of the table with the private sector for 20 years. And I have yet to see the company for profit that is willing to let go a core piece of their data or missional or core information for the, improvement of the world. I'm skeptical. I think that interplanetary species is the positive externality of selling tickets to the moon or to Mars. But I think, and to the point of Ramiro, and here's the question, the private sector does have a role. And talking about the quadruple helix that you were saying, government, private sector, civil society, and academia, the question I have, and you don't need to take the 4, but instead of talking about what role they could have, I would be interested in knowing what role you think they shouldn't. I mean, what should the private sector not do? What should government not do? I don't know if civil society and academia applies the not, but you know what I mean? Like, I can see them on all these spaces that all of you have described, but what shouldn't they will mess it up if they start doing this.
Now I'm not sure if to trust you with a quick question.
We are adults. I'm not going to ask a question. We are in a workshop debating and putting forward ideas, so I'm not going to ask a question. I'm just going to comment. No, just very briefly. I think the AI issue, from a developing country point of view, we need to see it in a global perspective, because although we might have 10% penetration of internet, the problem with AI and robotics is that it will suck back into the north a lot of the labor that was at certain point dispersed in the south because of low labor costs and bad regulations and not protection of work and so on. This new all-purpose technology and the globalization of companies and so on puts a further risk in these countries, not because it's going to be coming, but it's because it's going to be drawing back jobs to the north where all the technical knowledge, expertise to do services, develop, manage, control, and so on is going to be located. So I think we need to see the problem globally rather than, I mean, much of the work that was done on the future of work was measuring the impact of robotics and AI in developing countries as if they're going to displace jobs because they're going to come to developing countries. The problem is that they're not going to come, but they're going to take away jobs. And so that's the main challenge that I think we're facing. If you want, I can ask a question, otherwise.
So Priscilla Ramiro, if you want, I'm not sure which one wants to address first.
Okay. So on the first question on how to do that brokerage between the different participants of society, I think I'm not sure if this is the best approach, but one thing that has helped us a lot is to put at the center of the table the user of whatever it is that we're trying to create a solution for. It doesn't always work at first, but ultimately when you put the beneficiary in front of a government, even if it's a local government, and you show their needs and you participate them in the process, it's very difficult for governments to run away from that. And then when you put in the middle of the table the business opportunity of a new market, of untapped markets to corporations, it's very difficult for them to look away from the money, from the potential money. So the way that we do that is we have a very small but very talented, diverse team that is cooperating with us to make sure that we are seeing whatever it is that the other party is not seeing. So yeah, like it sounds very dull, but it's trying to speak the same language, and the common language is the one that it's going to be the user of whatever solution. And I have some techniques that I can share later if you are interested in that. And I'll just touch on a part of the question and then you can take the rest of it. Just one comment. We don't need companies to share their data. We just need big companies not to monopolize it. That's all we need. We need those big companies to not be the only ones owning the data. And your question, what should the private sector or governments should not do? What shouldn't they do? I think private companies should not govern. They should not attempt to become states or to act like states, and we can leave that to local cities where I think the future of democracy is. And then for governments, I think they need to leave innovation to happen in this quadruple helix instead of just doing it by themselves. And I know the work of IDB very well. Incredible and very super good job that it's done in the region, but it's also very much biased to what governments are doing alone. The end.
Ramiro.
Hi. Yes, maybe, I mean, if you want to tell a story of innovation, it's always hard to do because we don't know the real story behind innovation, ex ante and also ex post, right? So maybe I show this idea of discontinuities. Maybe that's one way to tell the story. Another way to tell the story is a story of incremental changes that in both cases, what I want to stress is that if we don't manage these transitions, we are creating diversion trajectories. It's just what you said in a way, you know? You cannot think of implementing AI without electricity. That's obvious, it's trivial, but it's true in many regions of our countries. So I always try to remember this idea of, you know, this Brazilian economist, Edmar Baja, who talked about Belindia in the early 70s, right? The idea of Brazil as a mix between Belgium and India at that time, and try to think always about these heterogeneities when we think about public policy. So I'm not saying that we all can just join the wave of AI. I'm saying maybe for big firms, you need to improve public goods, but for these firms, work with the context, work with electricity, work with the narrative, work with finance, work with everything. That's what I wanted to say. Maybe I didn't express myself quite well.
Well, it's obvious that we need to keep discussing private sector involvement, work, and how is the future. I mean, I think we need to keep discussing this and maybe later or tomorrow. But just to wrap up, because we are really way out of time, just one key question that you think we need to address in each of your areas. Quick, key and quick.
Okay, maybe it was just the one that I kind of touched on at the end of my comments, which is there's a big question, I don't know whether you would call it an ethical question or what, but when it comes to monitoring and potentially influencing public discourse, what role, if any, do we want AI to play there?
Perfect.
So my thing is that if we want inclusiveness, and I've heard so many people and everyone say we want inclusiveness, but the gap in knowledge and technical literacy and data literacy is so large in the underdeveloped countries that how do we progress that? How do we advance that? Because that relates to education and fundamental analytical thinking education that doesn't exist. And so how do we advance this engagement without that cognitive understanding that is a baseline for the need to engage in this level?
We have a session tomorrow on that, so we're going to keep discussing that tomorrow. Ramiro.
Okay, just why we can, economy, sociology, people from the tech sector work together as, even in Microsoft, I don't know, in any firm, you have sociology, you have economists, you have anthropology, you have storytellers working together. We cannot do that as in research or in the public arena.
Thank you. Priscilla?
So I guess my question is, if we're going to have 4 or 5 billion people joining the internet in the next 4 years, 4 or 5 years, what do we want this world to look like? And how can we collectively set the tone now to make sure that these 4 next billion are actually going to generate data in a world that we feel comfortable with and that is responsible and ethical?
Thank you. Please join me to applause the speakers before wrapping up the day. And now the final things. I mean,
Hi. We set new papers for the groups in order to try to wrap up. So the idea is
sorry about that.
Yeah. You can write. It's not necessary for you to draw again, or you can act. But the idea is to focus on these 3 questions. This is mostly for us for documentation. What we did, what we learned, and what we're going to do next, and try to also focus on what you draw before to answer those 3 questions. So that will be the final, I think, the final session for today. We have like 15 minutes, and try to, please, with the last energy you have, answer this question. Thank you so much. Sorry? Ahora. As an incentive for you to be able to, we have already done the arrangements for dinner tonight. So I think, Fari? Yes, 7:30. 7:30. No, we're going to a restaurant nearby. 7:15 in the lobby. Yeah. 2 hours. Le dije que vayan a hacer eso.
So wait. Hello. I think we need to acknowledge reality and the fact that you are all wasted. With due respect to your reality and to our reality, so we can return to this exercise tomorrow. Populism, I love this. And then we come back to this exercise tomorrow. And now you go take a rest, and let's meet at the lobby at 7:15. More populism, yes. Garcia, just in case, if you don't meet us at the lobby, the place is called Garcia, and it's nearby. It's walking distance, but because of the weather, we asked for a van as well, because we don't know if it's going to rain or whatever. But it's called Garcia, like the last name. And at 7:15, we are going. There's an email that's going to you as well, just in case.
Donde ves el hotel grande. Sí, sí.
No, eso es populista, es lo que cancele